English starting लिखा है इंग्लिश स्टार्टिंग लिखा है स्टार्ट हो गया कैरेक्टर दिखती है स्टार्ट हो गया दिख रहा है कैरेक्टर दिखती है स्टार्ट हो गया दिख रहा है कैरेक्टर दिखती है दिख रहा है डिस्कॉर्ड को वो कर देना आवाज ना करे वो क्या डिस्कॉर्ड को वो कर देना आवाज ना करे वो क्या
Oh, oh, um, mm. Witness my magnificence!
I trust you have packed and
Witness my magnificence!
We are honored by your visit, Your Grace. Are these your two guests?
Let me introduce you to them. Traveler, this is Dugier. The members can find all sorts of drinks and snacks here, as well as a large variety of books and other resources. Every once in a while, the Society will also host activities and seminars.
You flatter me, Your Grace. All we did was set up an organization in the same way as you. It's so easy to feel lonely and helpless when you arrive here for the first time, but that's when the thought came to me. Thus, it was with your help that I founded the Berets.
Oh, so you were also involved with this, Risley?
My part in this was minimal. All I did was follow procedure, and I'm sure you have a very good sense of what this place is about by now. As you know, but the Society is a great place for those who wish to turn things around.
Exactly right. Here, we keep an eye on each other and remind each other of our goals. Our operations are entirely funded by members' donated goods and credit coupons. Same for the things you can see here.
Who knew you could find such a place in the Fortress of Mirapede? Oh, right, and what's the deal with the hats?
There's
चलेगी
nothing deep about it.
हमारे
I just felt like we
कर
needed
रहा
some
हूँ
kind of visible identifier. If our members felt joy and pride from being a part of this group, then the hats would become a point of pride for them as well. And when we're together, we will feel a sense of community from seeing everyone's hats.
क्या?
Optimism, community, hard work, and a desire for a new life.
In other words, that hat has come to represent something like a model citizen, which also helps them recruit new members.
भाई
Once again, you are exactly right, Your Grace. That's a part of our goal as well. Let's take a little old seat over here. I'll ask the members to get us some drinks. Please wait here just one moment. Feel free to look around too.
Oh, right.
Huh. Seems like I shouldn't underestimate an adventurer's keen.
ठीक है
Kidding,
और
of
कुछ
course.
काम नहीं रहते
We're just discussing some
बता
small.
फिर
We've also already gone over the organization's
कि
vision.
देखो
Instead of listening to me
टाइम
try
है
to
तो रुक जा
explain.
Why does Paimon feel like he didn't answer the question at all? Well, we're already here, aren't we? Yeah, they're supposed to be like the model prisoners, right?
Hey, you there, newbie!
Hello?
Yep, I'm talking to you. Now, why don't you follow my lead and take a deep breath before letting everything out like this? Ha! With one shout, you can release all the fatigue Why don't you also give it a try, huh? I promise that it'll work.
Paimon's gonna pass.
Feeling shy? That's alright. As long as you remember this trick, it'll come in handy. Just remember to take a deep breath and let it all out if you find yourself at your wit's end.
Welcome to our gathering place.
Oh, it's okay. We're just taking a look around.
Well, that's not a bad comparison. It is my job to explain our amenities and benefits to our latest members. I'm sure Mr. Dugier has already explained some of it, but allow me to fill you in some more. Besides this space, which our members use to rest and relax, we also have an entertainment room, a fitness room, and a self-study room. These rooms are open to all of our members. We want everyone to be able to use their free...
Wow, that's pretty cool. Do you...
Unfortunately, we don't. For matters like that, we started a collaboration with the cafeteria a while back, though, so they'll let us borrow their kitchen to do some simple research into recipes and cooking.
Yeah, Paimon can definitely see how it'd be easier to live your life if you had all this support.
Yep, and that's exactly why Mr. Dugier founded the society. We all think we made the correct choice to join him.
Hey, what are you doing?
Oh, hello. You are guests of the Duke, are you not? We've got some classics. Yeah, most of them are writing diaries or autobiographies. Some quit drinking. We find it kind of funny. You see,
It's because you all have a lot more free...
not only that, but we've also now got the mental space to think about with how the Duke and Mr. Dugier have organized our lives down here, though. You never know what you may be good at until you give it a try. And while you're here, no matter what you do, you won't get judged for it. After all, there's no need to conform to societal expectations when you're already in jail.
So this is something like a safe space.
Yeah, that's exactly right. After all, not everyone is good at fighting or have the physical strength to... And that's it. I just finished organizing this shelf as well, so...
Don't worry, we will... Alright, we've talked to everybody. It sure sounds like they're all pretty happy. That would explain why Risley only had good things to say about this place. Huh. It looks like they're starting to wrap up their conversation as well. Let's go over to them.
Of course, Your Grace. I will attend.
Okay, then I don't have anything else to add. Oh, you're back. What did you think about this place? Now, note that your opinion will also affect my review of Dugier and the society as a whole.
Wait, I didn't know they were also a part of the evaluation. It's all right with me, though. I'm pretty confident about our group.
Paimon thinks it's pretty good. Don't think anyone expected you to get a society going here of all...
So it seems that you were able to get a sense of our vision and
The prisoners here all have very different personalities and psychological. Our needs are like violent beasts. If we can't face them properly, but if we can placate them, they lose their fangs, and they can even be converted into which is why, in my opinion, learning to reconcile with oneself is
You've hit the nail on the head, Your Grace. Before I founded the society, and I'm sure that a part of your support is rooted in your desire to help those people find their way.
And Paimon thought everyone was enjoying life just
Of course, that lifestyle is more than enough for some people in the fortress.
Speaking of fighting, I'm not sure if you knew this, but
What? You fight in the ring too? Wearing those high-tech...
Oh, I almost never need them.
Hey, isn't that the guy who lost his hat? Did you come here to... What's wrong? Did you forget about us already?
Are you feeling all right? You are looking...
No, I'm fine. Thank you for helping me get... I'm sorry, but...
He's still as weird as before.
Dujier, do you know what's up with him?
I'm also not too sure about that. As
Hello,
far as I
hello.
recall, he's always been a
कोई
little
अल्फा
strange, but
डबल
I'll check
नाम
up on
सुना
him
सुना
later.
सा है.
After all, it's my responsibility as...
We'll leave him to you then. Where were we before we got sidetracked? Oh, right, about that. You might have thought that I was joking, but in a place like that, everyone will use everything in their power to win. And when emotions run high, things often spiral out of control. That sometimes you might need more than just gloves as well. This pair of handcuffs is also coming. Oops.
पता नहीं नाम
Isn't
सुना
that
सुना है.
Uncle Jen? You're still carrying it with you?
Yeah, I kept it on me because
Discord
of
वगैरह में.
its special qualities.
Go on, you guys. Pick up the item for his grace, would you?
Yes, right away.
That gem shines with quite the dazzling light. I hope...
It still looks good to me. Say, Dujier.
Never, Your Grace. Don't think I've ever been rich enough to afford...
I guess that's fair. We've already gone over most of the things that I wanted to talk about, so...
Got it, Your Grace. Take care, everyone. I'll take you to the exit. Traveler, Paimon, it
You
was an honor. I'm
नहीं
sure everyone...
Same to you.
स्टोरी क्वेस्ट नहीं है तो मैंने वही खत्म कर रहा हूँ आज.
Paimon doesn't think we made any plans for the rest of the day.
Well, what's your opinion of the society now that you've...
Paimon thinks it's pretty chill. Weren't you complimenting them the entire time as well? Paimon doesn't remember exactly what you said, but wasn't it something along the lines of encouraging people
हाँ
to embrace
YouTube पे
their
हाँ.
new lives with optimism? There's only one potential problem. If the society does too good a job
Genshin का भी
managing and
खेली मैंने.
rehabilitating its members,
खेली भी नहीं
you may
कभी
be soon out of a
YouTube पे.
job.
ऐसे ही
That
ऑफलाइन
is
खेलता था.
certainly a possibility. But at this point in time, they're still reducing my workload by managing and rehabilitating prisoners in my stead. I wanted to see just how much they've managed to accomplish, and also get a sense of Dujier's plans for the future. I arranged for a meeting out of curiosity, but then I noticed some...
Dissonance?
I'm sure the traveler has sensed it too.
सही है
As
सही है.
expected, you also...
पता
The
नहीं.
whole truth is
सही
a
तो
bit
टाइम
complicated.
बताएगा.
So I'll explain everything to you. I had hoped to take care of it in secret, but now, why don't you take this opportunity to check back on the gathering place? If my hypothesis is correct, Dujier should already have left. And with his watchful eye removed, you...
Can't you just tell us exactly what to expect?
I'm just following the most popular playbook in Fontaine. Investigate. It's been so long since I got to watch a performance. I'll explain everything to you later. But right now, we need to seize this
तुम भी
opportunity.
खेलते हो Genshin?
Find out what you can from them now while they're all in one place. We might...
Yeah, skyward.
क्या AR है?
Huh. It's just as Risley said. You said you felt there was something off about this place, right? So let Paimon will do her best to help.
बढ़िया है. 2 साल हो गए मतलब तुम्हें भी ऑलमोस्ट.
Wait, you guys
अगर
are...
तुमने छोड़ी नहीं बीच में.
We're really
थोड़ा
sorry.
न्यू हाँ
We
मतलब
just realized that we
ना नहीं,
something and
56 बहुत होता है, 1.5 साल से ऊपर टाइम लग जाता है 56 में।
nobody? It's okay. There's no need to be nervous. It's not like we lost a whole bag of more. We'll just look for it ourselves
7
if none of you caught a glimpse of it.
पर
We're not gonna
अरे
tell Risley anything, don't worry.
I'll go find Mr.
No need. We're just looking for something. Why does he have to know?
या तो
Uh,
बाकी
We
दोस्त
can
मेरे
look
लगता है
around
ज़्यादा ही
first,
स्लो
yeah?
खेलते हैं। पास हो गए तो बहुत
Hey,
कंटेंट है गेम में अभी लेवल। हाँ वो हो सकता है, मैंने ध्यान नहीं दिया। मैं तो
Hello? How can I? The Beret
मैंने
Society
जब स्टार्ट
offers
की
a
थी तब
variety of
इनाजुमा आया ही
resources
था
and
ना,
benefits to its
तो शायद वही
members and
you
पुरानी
don't know
चीजें आ जाए तो
anything?
अभी तो फिर
sorry,
शायद हो
that's not
जाता
what I
होगा
meant.
अगर
It's just
कोई
there's nothing
डिटर्मिनेशन के
more
साथ
I can tell you.
खेलते जाए। एक मिनट, स्टोरी कहाँ तक की है तुमने?
Are you still organizing the bookshelves?
आर्कॉन सारे मतलब खत्म कर दिए?
I'm sorry.
आर्कॉन मैंने कर दिए,
But
मैं
We
बस
weren't
स्टोरी कर
thinking
रहा था
about that to
राइसली की,
begin with,
और
but
एक दो और हैं।
aren't you super friendly, Justin?
sorry.
हाँ अच्छी है, मुझे भी लगती है बहुत। स्टोरी रिक्वेस्ट बस ये है कि मैंने
Hey,
इनके
big guy.
what
छोड़
do you
दिए
want?
यार,
Isn't this how you greeted
टाइम
us
हो गया फिर
earlier?
बहुत सारे जब
Take
हो
a
गए।
deep breath.
Oh yeah, that's right. You
आर्कॉन तो बेस्ट होती है भाई गेंशिन की।
I ate something earlier, so I'm falling. You're looking for something, you said? I didn't see it, but it should be somewhere nearby.
Okay, Paimon sees what you meant now. Seems like they really don't want to talk to us, so let's just head back.
Oh, you're back. How were things at their headquarters?
It was as if they had all turned into completely different people.
That would prove the dissonance I mentioned earlier was precisely that fleeting.
Right. He was acting
कोई
super
करना तो
scared
पड़ेगा ना
too when
कभी
we saw him at
स्टोरी
the
रिक्वेस्ट।
gathering place.
आज मेरा दिन है, परसों तुम्हारा दिन आ जाए, क्या
Actually,
पता।
hasn't he just been
And that's precisely why I took his hat.
Oh, so the one it was you all along.
It's because I wanted to figure out what's really going on. I don't believe any of Dugier's talk about unstable men. Not too long. Dugier made very elaborate preparations for my visit.
Okay, but if you think something's wrong, aren't you the Duke? You can do whatever you want.
Well, maybe you're actually a better fit for the position than I am. In all seriousness, however, cuffs and the like should be used. Everything I do is on display. The way people see me act determines the kind of
हाँ
work, and I've
वैसे
always
सही है मन,
striven to
बट
appear fair and
नेटलैन आने वाला है ना,
reasonable to people.
नेटलैन के दिन बहुत सारे स्टोरी क्वेस्ट, साइड
That
क्वेस्ट,
sounds a
पहले
bit
दिन ही
deep.
कनीच और
Paimon not sure.
मुलानी के
You hit
स्टोरी
the nail
क्वेस्ट आ
on the head.
जाएंगे, फिर आर्कॉन
I have to lead
रहेगा।
by example if I want to maintain
हाँ
expectations.
तो
And
वही,
that's why even though
तो
Dugier
उससे
had
पहले
already let a
सब
few
खत्म
things
कर दूंगा
slip,
मैं,
I didn't want to turn on
फिर
him without
नेटलैन के
irrefutable.
दिन
Alright, so
आसान
you're
पड़ेगा।
saying Dugier has figured, and even though the members are acting all up,
Indeed. He certainly seems. I have some faith, though, that some of the line has been set, and it's quite.
fish?
Let's give them some time. My guards, you can find me in my office when the time comes.
Hey, don't just leave before you've explained everything to Paimon.
आर्कॉन क्वेस्ट तो कर दूंगा उसमें। हाँ आर्कॉन क्वेस्ट में नहीं होगा, बट वो होता है ना कि जैसे मेरे पे आज की तो डेली ना ये 3 क्वेस्ट हैं, 3 जो मैंने एक्सेप्ट कर रखे हैं भाई। उसके बाद ये भी हैं मेन 1 2 3, ये 2 बच रहे हैं एमिली के और सीजविन के। मेन ये है कि अगर मैंने ख़त्म नहीं किए और ये लिस्ट लंबी होती गई, और क्या पता कितने साइड, मतलब मैं बस सेफ खेल रहा हूँ। अभी सारा कुछ कर दूंगा आज ही के दिन। करना क्या है सभी को, अभी टाइम हाँ वही एक्सेप्ट, ये मैंने भी ना एक्सेप्ट नहीं किए थे, ये एक्सेप्ट वाला फीचर भी आया है पिछले अपडेट में यार। 2-3 एक्सेप्ट हो गए थे मतलब स्टार्टिंग में, वरना देख एमिली और सीजन के मैंने नहीं
It's
किया।
finally evening. Risley's probably wrapped up his investigation. Paimon has no idea what that guy's thinking. Let's just go find him and ask him what he's really up to.
कौन कौन से 5 स्टार है तुम पे? ये 4.4 में।
Oh, here you are. Did you manage to land a lucky pull on the wealth?
Let's just get straight to the point. Has anything else happened with the society?
Patience, Paimon.
पता नहीं।
Even as the situation continues to brew, we still need to make sense of what we learned so far and go. I'm actually still thinking about the first thing that came to my mind when I noticed something amiss. Namely,
अपडेट 4.4
why
में ये
didn't anyone come to me about it?
स्टोरी क्वेस्ट एक्सेप्ट करने वाला या राइजली की
That's a
स्टोरी
good
वाला?
point. Could whatever they're afraid...
But even if such a thing existed, how could they be so sure without checking? It'd be one thing if it was just 1 or 2 people, but it seems like everyone's convinced that I won't. Which leads me to believe that it's more likely that they think I just wouldn't. Yes, something like that. Dugier must have told them something to make them think I won't, so it became imperative for me to refute that and prove my true stance. Of course, I had originally planned to do this in a more covert way, but I had to improvise when you identified the guy who'd lost his hat with everyone present. There was no way to
लिस्ट
keep our
डाल दी भाई
investigation
पूरी।
a secret after that.
नोवी काजो
That makes
आर्लिकिनो
sense.
पुरीना नव्या चीची सीटू, हाँ वो लिखना जरूरी है भाई।
The last thing that
चीची
guy
के
wanted was for
कॉन्स्टलेशन
Dugier to
लिखना
find out
तो
that he'd lost it.
बहुत
He would
जरूरी
have
है।
never. But now, not only has Dugier found out
डेनारी
that
और
he'd lost
जी
his hat, that likely set his internal
सही
alarms
है।
off all
नोवी
at
काजो है
once.
तो फिर आधी
Yes,
गेम
that's
तो
the
जीत ही
conclusion I
गए ना
came to
भाई।
as well. It's the only thing that could explain the
पुरीना
fear.
भी है तो
If
नोवेट
we
की
didn't
टीम ही
act right
कंप्लीट
then
हो
and
गई।
there, Dugier would probably come up with some other way to hide the truth, and we'd be back to square one.
चौथा बंदा तो कुछ
So
भी रख
after
लो
giving
तो
the
ये
matter some
या
thought,
कोई सस्ता
I
शील्ड
tossed
है
that black gem
या
onto
तो
the ground. I must say, I was pretty
आर्ले
satisfied with the results.
नाव्या और
So you
आर्ले
did that.
दोनों ही
Yes,
क्रेजी
that's
डी
right.
केस रही हैं।
Of course, I had no way to know if any of the members had actually seen. Right. And I said back there that I had no idea what the gem
सारे
represented.
न्यू 4
That should
पॉइंट
have
में ही
been
स्टार्ट
enough to
किया क्या
let
तुमने?
people know that it's still early days for
सारे
my
न्यू
investigation.
5 स्टार
And
है ना?
since I was traveling with
काजो
you,
छोड़ के।
heroes who have never turned a blind eye, they would also understand that we're
तो
here to
काजो
help,
तो
rather
मैंडेटरी
than to
होता है।
tolerate or uphold the status quo.
You used us as a part of your plan.
My apologies. There was no time and
ठीक
quite a
है
lot to explain, so I
लेकिन
figured it might be easier to
सोलो
just let
संभाल
you
लेते
see a
हैं
few
बहुत बार
things for
तो
yourselves.
उसको तो वेव
But
लगता
I
है।
can assure you that I've now told you. Of course, you're under no
नोवेट के साथ
obligation,
फुरीना रखी है तो
but I would really
थोड़ा
appreciate it if you
काजुआ
could
यहाँ
continue
वहाँ
to
कर
lend me
सकते
your
हो, तो मैंने
support
कभी
and help me
आर्लिकिनो की
figure out
टीम
the
में
true secret
डैमेज कम
behind the
पड़ा तो
society.
काजुआ वहाँ डाल दिया।
Would you be willing to lend me your support?
नोवी का रीजन मैंने स्टार्ट किया।
But Paimon's...
You have my thanks. Now, there are still 2 outstanding. I've examined one before. There was nothing the other is the true purpose of the black gem. We haven't been able to get any. It's my hope that a brave fish will take my bait and venture outside of their dark and murky. I'll put some music on while we wait.
म्यूजिक सुनने भाई तो स्टोरी क्वेस्ट पे मेरा ध्यान है नहीं इतना। और उसके बैनर पे चीची सीट आ रही है भाई। चीची मेरे भी सीट हो जाए, देखना पड़ेगा अगर गेम टाइम दे मेरे को तो।
Excuse me, Your Grace, but may I come in? I'm afraid that someone's been following me.
Please do.
वही आने कर दिया भाई मैंने, ठीक हो गया।
I apologize for my lack of composure. Yes, my lover Fasol told me all about you. Please help us, Your Grace. He's in great danger right.
Slow down, take a deep breath,
Deep.
and start from the top.
आगे
What?
जाएंगे।
I'm sorry, Your Grace. I will try. I think I should start from when you saw Fasol.
You mean when we saw him at the gathering place?
मूवी काजवा साथ में ही थे।
Yes, he
लोग
bled
कह
immediately,
रहे थे
but
मूवी
many members are
टीम
hot
में
on his
काजवा
heels.
अच्छा है वो भी
Thankfully, he still managed to meet up with me
निकाल
and
लिया।
explain
दोनों
everything
दोनों
that had
एक ही
happened.
साथ निकाले कैसे
Now that
साइड बाय
he's
साइड
lost Dugier's trust,
Censure?
सेव किया था अगर
censure is
निकाले तो
Dugier's
दोनों
method of establishing control, as well as
मेरे कभी
the thing we
साइड
all
बाय
fear the
साइड दोनों नहीं
most.
निकले
Rather than listening to me
भाई
explain what it
क्रेजी लग
is,
होगा ना
every
कि
secret may be found within.
160 पुल थे तुम पे ऐसे 80 इधर 80 इधर लग थोड़ा तो अर्ली आया होगा स्वाइप किया अरे ठीक है
Here you are.
ठीक है
I
भाई
was wondering where you had run off to in such a hurry.
स्वाइप भी कर लिया
Please excuse us, Your Grace. It was never our intention. She rambles often, has hallucinations.
I don't recall hearing a knock or giving permission for you to come in.
Oh, my apologies. I merely did not wish for Your Grace to be alarmed. Had I not been so focused on recovering her, I would have.
Like, we believe you.
Please, there's no need to.
Well then, what if the reasonable man wants to hear the lunatic out?
That would be perfectly fine with me. Oh, and just so you know, we've also found the. Thankfully, he has already returned to his senses. We've brought him back to our place, so there's no need to worry.
I'm sorry, Your Grace. I don't have it.
This is what you're afraid of, correct? You can.
I've never seen that thing in my life.
Your Grace, I don't think there's anything else she would like to say. Pressuring her will not get you anywhere.
और थोड़ा बहुत ग्राइंड
It's all right, Elise.
हाँ
No matter what it is, it will no longer be able to hurt you.
Your Grace.
समझ गया
Forget
मैं
it. I'll keep my mouth.
I'm sorry, Your
ग्राइंड
Grace.
तो
Why?
ग्राइंड
that
तो
case,
क्रेजी होता है
Avisa,
ग्राइंड
I will
करने
be
वाले
off.
बंदे मस्त लगते हैं
Once
मेरे को
again, please.
Miss Avis, please show me your head.
भाई हेड हेड जॉब
There's nothing there.
Your Grace, I know you have long tired of my words, but please believe me when I say you've merely. The society has never caused trouble for you or any of the guards of the fortress. We've spent all of our time working hard. Why are you doing everything in your power to prove our guilt? What's wrong with the I'll do anything for you, as long as you give me the word. Why are you so intent on getting rid of someone who's been unfalteringly loyal?
मूवी के लिए
Your
ग्राइंड
words
किया था
bore
जब
me.
काजवा पे
You know the
50-50
consequences if I find you to be
हारा
lying.
तो उसके बाद
Everything that
फाइट
I
किया
do for the
और
fortress of Meripede. All right, Avis. Let's head.
सिचुएशन होगी थोड़ी सी है
Just what's up with that guy?
जब मैंने स्टार्ट किया था
I'm really mad.
तो
We
सेना
should
का
have
बैनर
shown
था
him his place.
और स्किप कर रहा
Sooner
था मैं
or
मुझे
later,
नहीं
all
मतलब
will pay the. Oh, he must have been well
फिर
prepared for this exact
फिर मैं
scenario, or
चोंgyन
he
यूज
wouldn't
कर
have
रहा
dared
था
to
उन
be
दिनों
so
ना
openly hostile.
तो किसी ने बोल दिया
All the
चोंgyन
more reason
क्रायो
for
है
us to
और
be
शेना
patient.
क्रायो
The
सपोर्ट है
entire
बस
society are his
बस इतना ही
His
सुना था मैंने उस
subordinates would
दिन
definitely react, and that's
फिर
why he
मैंने
dared to bare
पूरी
his
रात भर
fangs
ग्राइंड
right in
करके
front of me.
शेना 50-50 हारा
The true savior of the
एचिंग आई
society is
थी
Nito
पहली
Duchier
फाइट पर
probably knew this from the very
बट
beginning,
फिर
which is
अर्ली
why
हो
he
गया था
didn't
थोड़ा
panic.
अराउंड
He would
62
look
के
at the
पास फिर
rules,
शेना आ गई थी
it would
वापस
also seem like the
Yeah, none of this makes sense to
तो
Paimon
उसके बाद
either.
से बहुत
What are they trying to
ग्राइंड
hide?
करने पे ध्यान दिया ना बट सेव नहीं करता हूँ मैं कभी भी नूब्स हूँ पिटी बिल्ड कर देता हूँ अरे भाई ये नहीं अच्छा लगता है
The hats are definitely being used to hide a secret. But if there's nothing on her head, why did Avis feel the need to remove her? From the way Dugier acted, he must have known from the beginning that we wouldn't be able to find any evidence.
I have an idea, but
Huh? What is it? Tell Paimon about it!
you mean this thing? So, she handed a key piece of evidence over to us without Dugier notice. That would mean that Avis didn't stay silent out of fear. She stayed silent because she'd already given us what we needed. Let me take a look. I managed to remove this from the hair clip. It's long, slender, and conical. Let's see.
Hey, what are you doing? Wait. Some kind of dark... And some of it has been absorbed by this thorn...
You've probably heard before that water is filled with the strongest emotions of With that in mind, this liquid is probably a highly concentrated solution of fear.
Oh, so that's why even touching it will
भाई
make me
राइजली के
remember
को इसमें भी
unpleasant
पानी
Dujier would be
है
able to censure others.
है
I can only... The moment it hits you would be like being flooded with
फाउंटेन
all the
में
terrors
पानी
you've
नहीं
ever
डाला तो
experienced in
वही
your life. Agony, desolation, and an overwhelming sense of
So, was the hat meant to cover up their...
That might not even be all. Let's go get them right. We can't let Dujier escape with all of the evidence.
चलो भाई अब लग रहा है बनाएगा कुछ। अरे नहीं हो रहा है मैंने जंप ऑन करवा रहा है
Skyward!
Your Grace, we have taken the Society members into custody. They all tried to flee just a little while ago, as if they had received some kind of order. We decided to forestall their plan, and were just about to send the word when you unexpectedly arrived.
Great work, everyone.
फ्लैशेस क्यों डाले हैं क्या यूआईडी है ना
I had them stay here to keep an eye on things, so I'm glad that my intuition turned out to be correct. Perform a thorough search of the Society's headquarters and bring all the...
Understood, Your Grace.
Now, let's check on them. As expected, they all have a hollow thorn inserted into a wound on their head.
थोड़ी रोके दो मिनट
Paimon's glad her eyesight isn't so good that she can see it from here. Paimon's gonna
आईटी
float away
मोबाइल
for a
नंबर
bit.
समझा
They
सेव
probably
है
left
मतलब
it there as a
तुमने
lasting
सेव
reminder of Dujier's scent. These people must have had to
ठीक है,
endure an unimaginable amount of pain. Let's go check out the other areas too.
बारह तीन छः छः हाँ सारी देख ले क्या डेथ मैच फ्रैग में 1800 274 ठीक है मतलब हाँ डेथ मैच फ्रैग थोड़ा सा और क्रिट डैमेज बढ़ सकता है ना हार्ले की ना मैंने इतने अरे लेवल 20 है हाँ वही कहता है डैमेज बढ़ सकता है थोड़ा सा इधर अगर चला जाता इधर होता वही बट ऑन पीस है तो ऑफ क्या है फेदर ऑफ है ऑफ सही है डिफेंस में क्या गॉड डिफेंस गॉड हाँ डिफेंस तो यार क्या बोलूं आ ही जाता है ये फुरीना तो मतलब हाँ एचपी सही है यार थोड़ा ठीक है रेट बढ़ाना पड़ेगा सरपेंट भाई मेटल पास वेपन नहीं अटैक क्यों कम है भाई हेलो इसका तो बेस अटैक ज़्यादा रेट भी कम है नाविया कम यूज़ करता हूँ प्रोटोटाइप मर्चेंट हंटर 34 ठीक है बिल नहीं है हाँ भाई तुम्हें गॉबलेट नहीं अच्छे आ रहे ना देख लिया मैंने अच्छा है किस 12 रेट चला गया भाई। मर्चेस एंटर सेट पे रेट आना तो ठीक है, बट बढ़ना तो ऐसे दुख है ना। थोड़ा सा ईएम कम है। वेपन अच्छा है, पता है ये ही देना होता है। हर दूसरा काज़ा में आयरन स्टिंग पकड़ा के देखता हूँ ना, मैं बोलता हूँ भाई थोड़ा सा बढ़ो, ये जीफोर्स नया है भाई, ये पकड़ाओ ना भाई। ये ये सबसे लेटेस्ट बढ़िया है। यह तो कम है बट ठीक है, भाई को तो चल जाता है, आ जाता है। ये तो नहीं देखेंगे। टैपवर्ड है, मस्त है, नोबली दे ही रखा है, और मैं 250 और लिया था, मस्त सही है भाई। तो वैसे भी अबिस कर ही रखा है तुमने तो, बट अपन वो नहीं देख सकते ना कि अरे अपन ये नहीं देख सकते ना कि स्टार्स कितने किए हैं अबिस में। वो मेरे ख्याल से नेक्स्ट 5 पॉइंट में डाल रहे हैं वो, उसके बाद अपन देख सकते हैं कितने स्टार्स। 36 है हाँ, मतलब ऐसे बोल रहा हूँ कि अभी नहीं देख सकते वो। कल मैं कोई तो क्रिएटर सर्वर की वीडियो देख रहा था, उसमें वो स्टार लिख के आ रहे थे, तो मुझे लगा कि गेम ने डाल दिए हैं, बट वो आएगा ठीक है।
This is a book that Paimon found in a box next to the bookshelf. The colors of the covers are completely different though, and the names of the authors also don't
हाँ
match. Yeah, and they dared to
भाई,
claim that
नेटलैंड में तो सब कुछ है, बस आग ही नहीं है ना। पायरो नेशन में पायरो ही नहीं है।
Look at what I found. This is a surveillance port. With this, Dugier would be able to remotely monitor everything that... So even if Dugier's not there in person, he'll still always have eyes on them. Indeed. It's easy to become lost, and if any action you take may be deemed a mistake. And perhaps it's better to do less. Or to not do anything at all. Dugier has already tamed them to his will.
नेटलैंड में गॉबलेट बनाना है मुझे, मतलब
Your Grace, Your Grace.
गॉबलेट।
What's the matter?
We couldn't find any society members in the other areas. The lime scale, the layers of dust. They were all... We also investigated the members' residences and weren't able to find it.
Oh,
they're gone.
indeed. As long as he allowed society members to mingle. Meanwhile, this marvelous gathering place... So instead of being his real base, this is just an elaborate performance. The rest
अच्छा
area is the
वो
fancy equipment.
जो
Even the
नया
members that... And only
सबस्टैट
the
वाला
most
आ रहा है
docile
नया
and well-trained members.
But then,
आइटम ना,
where can
जिससे
we actually find him?
बट वो कम मिलेगा, बहुत
Dugier
कम
must be
मिलेगा यार।
holding all the rest of his
मेरे
members
ख्याल
in
से एक
another
पैच
place.
में एक ही देंगे,
And if the he must be in
शायद बैटल
Dugier's
पास से
pocket.
देंगे यहाँ
I'm
पे,
of the
पता
same
नहीं।
mind.
तो
Let's go.
स्टैट सेलेक्ट करके आर्टिफिशियल,
You two,
हाँ
follow me.
हाँ कस्टम आर्टिफैक्ट बना पाएंगे उसके दो सबस्टैट। हाँ लड़ाई होगी ना।
Did that person flee here?
That's the most likely scenario to me. He's probably... Let's keep heading down. We should be on the right track. Let's go. We can take...
+4 या तो +5 करके लेवल अप आर्टिफैक्ट फोन में करके आर्टिफैक्ट। डिटेल्स तो मुझे नहीं पता। सनी, यो भाई सनी, हेलो हेलो। एलिक्सर में कन्वर्ट होगा। एलिक्सर में? एलिक्सर क्या होता है? कुछ और भी आ रहा है क्या नया?
After them. It's rising. Run.
भाई हेलो, अपने पास
Did Dugier send you? Why did you attack that guard?
अकाउंट रिव्यू हो रहा है क्या? हो तो नहीं रहा है, स्टोरी क्वेस्ट चल रहे हैं, करना है तो कर दूंगा।
I will take your cooperation into
मना तो कुछ
consideration
नहीं
when
है
it comes
करने
time to
पे।
hand out sentences.
But Mr. Dugier, he didn't want this guy to... We were just about to dispose of him when you caught up
एलिक्सर
to
वो
us.
करेंसी होगी आर्टिफैक्ट।
So, in
ओह
other
कुछ
words,
आ
your
रहा है मतलब
headquarters...
नया।
Yes, it's just down this way. You'll make it.
Guards, take them away. Let's go. It's about time that we find out what Dugier...
लिफ्ट कौन यूज करता है भाई? करना पड़ेगा क्या? करूँगा। आ गई भाई। तनी का मिस नहीं करते भाई, कम खेलता है बंदा। ओमा है EM कम है ज़्यादा। क्रिम्सन है 50 200 ये इतना अच्छा नहीं लगता है मेरे को। देखना यार 65 का डिफेंस 12 रेट है भाई, उल्टा लगा 12 डैमेज लगा। F2P प्लेयर बाय द वे। हाँ अरे फिर ठीक है, F2P पे होमा नहीं निकल जाए वही बहुत बड़ी बात होती है। एक मिनट अब अरे ये क्या है भाई? वन पीस आया है बट 5 पीस है क्या? हेलो हेलो ऑफ दो ना, ऑफ दो, गॉबलेट ऑफ दो सारे। ये अलावा वो करेंगे शायद से। नहीं ये भी सारे ऑन पीस है भाई। हाँ ऑफ पीस कर दो, रेट बढ़ जाएगा। ऑन पीस है हाँ, वही ना ऑन पीस एक ऑफ रखो ना तब बढ़िया बनेगी। आयरन स्टिंग है हाँ यार। है 926 यार, यार 150 है। वो नया वेपन आया है जीफोर्स वाला, वो भी मिल जाए तो बढ़िया। बट गया हुआ हम लोग, उसका पीस पे नीचे आर्ले को दिया। आर्ले को तो ये तूने अच्छा समझा होटाओ का तूने आर्ले की नो चलाने लग गए हो तुम तो होटाओ को तो, अरे वही ना ये एचपी पे स्केल क्यों करती है ना? अरे एचपी पे स्केल करती है, एचपी का पूरा ट्रांसफर अटैक जाता है। एचपी है ना पूरा अटैक कन्वर्ट हो जाता है तो डबल स्केलिंग 70 प्लस क्या? अरे यार अच्छा है अगर हाँ परफॉर्मेंस पे यार 70 रेट भी अच्छा है। हार्ले की ना बढ़िया। हार्ले की ना क्यों बोल रहा हूँ मैं, ये लान भाई क्या हो रहा है मेरे को? आर्टिफैक्ट लग गंदा था हार्ले का। हाँ टाइम लगा मेरे को भी, जब क्लोराइड बनाना था तो बहुत टाइम लगा।
A blade embraces its duty.
अटैक हो रखा है तो अच्छा होता है। हार्ले को 70 प्लस दिया तो नहीं तो बहुत मिस करते हाँ ना, बहुत बहुत। ये जितने भी नए DPS आए ना सबको 70 के ऊपर ही रेट दो भाई, वरना मिस ही इतना करते हैं। फोटो में मेन करता है। इवन है हाँ नहीं रे, और मैंने देखा भी नहीं ना, मैं अच्छा रिव्यूअर नहीं हूँ यार। बन रहा हूँ है ना। इवन कॉन्स्टलेशन देखने की आदत नहीं है ना भाई, अपन गरीब लोग, तुम अमीर। F2 की बोलते हो फिर है।
There's so much space down here.
Yeah, these are all former work areas. There are usually guards on patrol here. Stay sharp. He's got a ton.
भाई राइजली दे ही दिया, मेरा ही दे देते मेरे पे भी यार। अरे प्लीज भाई
Hey there! Hey there! Attack! That's the way. This one's got your name on it.
नोबलिस चिपकाया होगा। हाँ वही C2 C3 नोबलिस यही रहते हैं ट्रायल।
Who knew that there'd be Gardamex here? Dujier really...
And that would explain the strange decommission requests I received.
वो जो
It was all
बंदे
to
अपने
account
बिल्ड
for all
नहीं
the
करते ना,
Gardamex that had missed. Seems like he's
चलिए कुछ
prepared
तो
for
बेसिक
all.
बिल्ड करते ही हैं।
What's this?
वो स्टोरी कंप्लीट कर लेगा
Seems
मुझे।
like some kind of handbook. Ah, this should be the society's real rules book. Members are not permitted to speak to each other or to leave without formal permission. 5 members shall form a group, and the whole group will be
पैसे वाले
punished
तो
for any single
आपको
member's
वर्डिक्ट लेके आ
wrongdoings.
रहे।
Anyone who reports a fellow member. I see.
वर्डिक्ट तो यार हारा
So it's
था
much
यार,
as I
मैं
understand.
सेव किया था मैंने यार।
Cruel and unreasonable.
To obtain food and water. To avoid
बहुत
punishment, they learn to
वो
stop
निकला था मेरे
talking with one
को
another.
स्काईवर्ड
This
स्पाइन
leaves the
अभी
wounds
तक
that
लेवल
have already
1 है,
received
हार गया था,
finally
फिर
isolated
रीरन
and
पे
without
निकला
hope.
वर्डिक्ट तो।
Do you remember what happened to Paimon? She's usually all for tasty snacks.
Ugh. Is that the best example you could come...
No, your decision was valid. However, it's also valid to the human heart is like a raft in a vast and empty ocean. We convince ourselves that those who use fear to lead others astray must pay for that crime.
एनिमेशन आने वाला है भाई, निकाल देगा ना राइट लेगा अब जाके। तो यस भाई ली थी मैंने, क्या ली तो बुढ़ा हो गया मैं यार, याद नहीं रहता। सर्पेंट स्पाइन क्या? हाँ तुम पे जो है महीना में 50 में वेपन बैनर मेजर अपडेट वेपन, हाँ एक कम कर दिया ना वो भाई, बढ़िया गया है भाई। खैर वो तो वेलर लोगों को ज्यादा फायदा है, हमें क्या, हम तो कम करते हैं वेपन।
If I'm not mistaken, the space ahead should be the central area of this place. Rather than confront Dujier, I think it's more important right now for us to rescue as many society members as possible. You guys should wait here. We'll try to open the door and check out some other spots.
Open the door. Would we have to do something to this mech? Forget it. Pirate's just gonna do some...
नैटलैंड में कैसे सारे कैरेक्टर कुछ ना कुछ करते हैं ना, जैसे एक वो सर्फ बोर्ड पे है मिला, फिर वो एक ड्रिल पे चल रही है, एक तो स्पाइडरमैन बन के उड़ रहा है ना, तो सारे 5 स्टार मतलब ऐसे कुछ ना कुछ करेंगे क्या? और कौन क्या करेगी भाई फिर वो तो भाई ड्रैगन में करना क्या है तो भाई आइडिया।
Whoa, it's turning. Is it because we
मैं
touched
तो
this
बोलूँगा
thing?
अभी भी वेपन बैनर स्कैम है, स्कैम मतलब एज एफ पे इतना जरूरी नहीं ना करना,
Look, the other side's open. Let's go.
बट कर सकते हो और हर कोई करता भी है भाई, कितना स्कैम स्कैम कर लो तुम, जिनको कैरेक्टर अपना अच्छा लगता है वो करते ही हैं। 4 स्टार भी 4 स्टार स्कैम में तो फिर चलाओगे क्या 3 स्टार? भाई इनका राइजली वन शॉट करता है क्या?
Chilly. Don't run away now.
Seize the skies! Watch out! Cha! Attack! Yeah. Everybody stand back! Watch out!
गलत तो नहीं जा रहा हूँ मैं? डोमेन में वी भी नहीं काम करता है। आपके टीम को हम थोड़ा समझ नहीं आ रहा मुझे, एक्सप्लोरेशन के लिए है क्या? टीम को हम ये राइजली को हटा के देखें तो ये है टीम बढ़िया ही है ऐसा नहीं। मेरे को इतना ज़रूरत नहीं है ना प्रॉपर डबल जीओ या डबल पायर चलाने की। फुरीना कैसे बफ करती है जेन्यून लंज वगैरह में और जैसे नाविया का ई करके इन्फ्यूजन आ जाता है ना तो इसके प्लंज जियो बन जाते हैं। हाँ नाविया प्लंज डबल हीलर रखना नहीं चाहता हूँ वही, बट बेनेट को कौन ही रिप्लेस कर सकता है?
We're not gonna have to climb all the way up, are we?
Activate the mechanism in front of us first, just like before. Let's see if that changes anything.
ब्रेन डेड हो रहा है मेरा थोड़ा सा। एक कॉपी मिलते ही रुक गया। हो गया भाई हो गया, मुझे लगा आज 2 घंटा यहीं बैठ के यही करता मैं। ऊपर की 3 चैट देखना तब समझ लो। तो ऊपर जीफोर्स चाहिए था काजवा के लिए। हाँ मैं समझ गया था जब तूने बोला ना कि एक लेकर रुक गया, वो जीफोर्स समझ गया था। मैं भी एक लेकर रुक गया था यार, क्योंकि ऐसा रिलेटेबल मूवमेंट है ना कि जीफोर्स चाहिए और बट निकलेगा नहीं। प्लस 4 स्टार निकालना तो स्कैम ही है ना, वो नहीं निकलता कभी, पर निकल जाए तो
These should be the prison cells. Lots of empty cells in here.
भाई मेरे पीठ के नीचे भी जेल है,
Duchier's
ठीक है।
probably moved them
Let's still rescue the ones who got left behind, though.
भाई मस्त लगता है एनिमेशन ना, हर जगह चिपका देते हैं। डर लग रहा है तो जेल में तो बस ऐसे कोने में बिठा दो।
It's all right now. You can leave. No.
मुझे फेवरेट कोडेक्स और स्ट्रिंगलेस, अरे फेवोनियस कोडेक्स तो नाम ही मत लो भाई।
We won't be able to get through to her
एक
right now.
फेवोनियस कोडेक्स और आई
With the
ऑफ
stress
परसेप्शन
response in the way. I'd also guess there are many others here who are more or less like her.
All right.
दोनों ही वेपन नहीं पसंद है मुझको। एटलीस्ट हाँ सैक्रिफिशियल फ्रैगमेंट दे देते। हाँ मुझे स्ट्रिंगलेस चाहिए पर स्ट्रिंगलेस, हाँ अरे मेरे को भी याद है, स्ट्रिंगलेस वेंटी के लिए चाहिए था हमको स्टार्टिंग के लिए। फिर 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 वही टाइम के साथ आ जाता है यार, अभी क्या सब गलत कर दिया, रुकना था मुझे। स्ट्रिंगलेस ऑफिशियल पे फेंक देते हैं, हाँ अब तो बहुत है स्ट्रिंगलेस यार, ऑफिशियल के लिए भी वेंटी के लिए। वेट क्या हो रहा है लोग? ऑफिशियल बाय स्प्रिंगलेस से ही क्रेजी है यार। ये रोटेट क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? ये रोटेट करना भी है। ओ अच्छा, ओ ठीक है। लेफ्ट वाले पे राइट वाले पे अभी मैं रुक गया ना, अभी बोलो। दो थे क्या इस पे? एक मिनट रुको, शायद समझे मैं। अभी इस पे अपन लिमिटिंग डालेंगे। अच्छा रिमूव लिमिटिंग है ना, इसको निकालो रुक के। मतलब इसको इसको अपने को उधर रखना है ना, लिमिटिंग करो तो अभी हिलेगा नहीं। वाह भाई, हो गया भाई।
The door's open. Huh. Maybe it's His Grace. I'll
तम
go take a look.
थोड़ा डिले है ना चैट
I leave
मेरे
this
ख्याल से,
area to you.
10-15
Be sure to bring
में भी
everyone
मिलता
out
है।
safe.
Understood. And please take care as well, Your
कम
Grace.
करना पड़ेगा।
We'll return here right away and await your
राइट पे
orders.
लिमिट रखो ले।
Mhm.
हाँ हो गया
Let's
अभी।
go back. We have that mechanism from the first room. Don't forget to bring
पता
these
नहीं
along.
स्ट्रीमर लोग कैसे करते हैं भाई गेम और चैट साथ। ट्राई ओपन का न्यू डोर, क्यों भाई? नहीं मेरे को नहीं बोलना न्यू डोर, इतना बहुत है। पिछले रूम में चेस्ट चोरी हो गई, बाद में क्या रूम ही नहीं है आपको चेक करने। फाइनली कब से बोलने की कोशिश कर रहा था, अरे यार लोगों को यार सिखा पड़ा यार, ऐसे ही रह जाता है जैसे कि यहाँ रह गया। मर जाऊंगा ना मैं पजल करते करते। अच्छा उस पर अभी लिमिट डालनी थी, ठीक है समझ रहा हूँ यार, समझ रहा हूँ मैं। हाँ मेरा छोटा दिमाग। हेलो, बट अब ये मूव एक बार तो अपन अभी यार एक और चाहिए था अपने को, वो ना वो पीछे से दोनों निकाल के लाना था। ओ देखते हैं गलत करूँ। यहाँ और अरे यहाँ नहीं जाना है, ये तो स्टार्टिंग का एरिया है। भाई समझ रहा हूँ मैं, पजल नहीं आनी चाहिए भाई स्ट्रीम करते वक्त, समझ रहा हूँ। चलो या तो हो गया बस, अब तो इजी होगा। भीड़ भाई, कोई पहले से भीड़ थी तो दरवाजा क्यों बंद
I
था?
must confess to being furious. To think that there are still... Remember their names. And today
जिनकी
you
पूरी
will see with
कम्युनिटी
your own
है
eyes what'll
बंद
happen to
करके
those who
मीटिंग कर रहे
betray
हैं।
our cause. Go on, Avis. Pierce his skull with the thorn in your hands. And then, of course, you will do it one drop at a time. Let it do its magic again and again, and don't stop until you've pushed all of it in.
Thistle. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'll... Oh, shut your wretched mouths! When did I give you permission to speak? My rules are the paramount law of this place. Only more pain will come to those who dare to disobey.
That's enough, Dugier. Your rabid screams have been beyond nauseating.
Is that his
खत्म
grace?
भाई खत्म।
Oh, Risley. I knew you would come, but I didn't expect you to be. Must you still refuse to let me be? Did I not spell everything out for you already? What's so blasphemous about sharing a slice of the cake with me?
It would seem that you can't see the difference between sharing and looting. And on top of that, look at your people. Are they not starving as you wolf down your...
You. Stop acting all high and mighty like some hero of justice! Have you forgotten? Nobody in this blasted fortress is innocent. We are all irredeemable monsters. What's so wrong about punishing those who
अब
deserve
तो
to be
पिटेगा
punished?
भाई,
Please,
हो गया असली।
gonna tell me that you care about their lives and
बंदे को डर ही नहीं है भाई, ड्यूक है यहाँ का, चक के मारेगा भाई।
Sadly, you're wrong on both counts.
वो जो इसकी
Unlike you, I've never seen them as
राइजली की सबसे
The
फेमस
fortress
लाइन
is
है,
not
वो
only a
भी
place
शायद
for confinement, but
इसी
also a
स्टोरी को
place for
इसमें बोलेगा वो।
rebirth. Just as people are free to give in to the darkness within their hearts, they are also free to seek redemption and a new They may have made mistakes, but they are still human beings with people, and most importantly, they should always retain the freedom to choose their own path. But you're destroying their spirits with fear, taking their freedom away so that they'll become slaves. And you say that's what they've always deserved?
कौन सी लाइन? अरे वो if Duke wants someone dead, ऐसा कुछ है ना?
You think me arrogant, Risley. Well, I think you're too young and naive. You understand. Nobody actually sees this fortress as any kind of just a wonderful place. See it for what it is. No prisoner will listen to you out of gratitude of their hearts. The whip is the only way to make them obey. Had you been just one step slower, I would have already taken
लड़ाई होगी
control
भाई
of
पहले तो.
your vision gives you strength. But how long will it hold again?
You talk big, but in the end, you know nothing outside of power and control. In that case...
Hey.
Let the world come alive!
भाई मैं 3-3 दबा रहा हूँ, हो ही नहीं रहा.
Hey there!
कंट्रोल खराब हो गया ना ये राइट क्लिक की वजह से.
This one's got your name on it!
या तो मेरा दिमाग. आगे भाई प्लीज.
If you think fear can control everything, well then, terrify me.
Don't high road me. You're just another crook. And it's time you got treated like one.
ओ भाई ये नकली गन भाई. कोई गले से पकड़ता है.
Too scared to shoot straight?
I'm warning you. Unauthorized punishment and torture are prohibited here. As the Duke, you should send me down.
अभी बोलेगा.
Funny how that slipped my mind. Well, from this point on, you can forget about that rule. The rules of the fortress are there to keep the likes of you in check. But if the Duke wants somebody dead, he needs no justification. Understood? Sorry for taking so long. Did I keep you waiting?
No, not at all. Paimon didn't know you were so considerate.
If you ask me, I'd say I actually feel very helpless. There's no way that I could comfort and compensate them all I want, but it might still not be enough to repair the damage. I have to take responsibility for it. As does even I wouldn't be able to find humor in a situation like...
So, do you have a plan for how you're gonna deal with him yet?
Oh, Dugier? For now, I think I'll...
Huh?
I think it's a very fitting punishment for him to have to imagine the sorts of punishments that will soon... He'll be left in the dark with regards to both the dates and the details of his... Of course, that's not to say that I'll be letting him off scot-free. It's not often that I actually get the chance to be creative with my... I'm going to talk to the members of the society. He'll get a chance to experience...
Paimon didn't know you could also be so harsh.
Why do you think I'd do that kind of thing to you? You offend... Anyway, jokes aside, thank you so much for... How about this? I'll treat you to a meal in 2 days at the Coupon Cafeteria. We should have a better handle on things.
No, Paimon's had enough of that.
Don't worry, it won't be the
अरे
same.
पाइमॉन ने खाने को मना किया भाई.
I'll make the necessary arrangements.
Oh, then you've got...
ऐसे भी होता है क्या? 2 days later है भाई. टाइम बढ़ाना. हो सकता है वही. और ड्यूक तो है नहीं कि जो ऊपर लेके जाए उसको खाने के. सैड. फ्री का खाना बट मना कौन करता है यार. मैं तो नहीं करूँ.
Ah, you're here.
Paimon never forgets about meals. Even if the traveler forgets, Paimon will remind him for sure.
भाई मूड चेंज हो गया भाई इसका.
That's not what Paimon meant at all. Risley, you got what Paimon meant.
I'm a little confused, actually. jokes aside, I've got some good news. After taking a look, the doctors have let me know that it shouldn't be too difficult, which means that everyone should be able to recover after a period. As for their mental recoveries, most are making good progress as well. We've added a few who were...
You sure got everything taken care of, right?
I try my best. After all, it's my duty to take care of everything that happens within my Please, go ahead. That's a bit of a long story. I once had a similar experience. It had to do with the host family I lived with as a child. I was an orphan, adopted by a couple with a great deal of love in their hearts. I had many siblings, and we all adored each other. Once we were older, Mom and Dad would turn
वो
us over
क्वेस्ट
to be
कंप्लीट किया
individually
था,
adopted by
वहाँ पे
families of
खाना
greater means,
देखते थे,
and go on to adopt more
ओपन
young children.
ओपन कैफेटेरिया का
They were perfect parents,
खराब।
or so I thought.
आर्कॉन क्वेस्ट तो मैंने सारे कर दिए, जिसमें
And then I found all children that were sold.
करा
Did
होगा
you
मैंने।
know I once considered myself, and I was also not the first to find out about the truth. All those who found out, I could never shake the feeling of irony
आज वो जो
every time I juxtaposed
3
their tragic
रूल्स थे ना,
ends against our parents' adoring smiles. Yes,
जिसमें एक दिन खराब खाना
like the
मिलता है,
society
रेड
my
मीट
parents
करके
created
या
a
कुछ
facade of
ऐसे
joy,
ही।
lied to satiate their desires, and even employed incredibly they did
जब
all
फोर्ट्रेस
of
में
it.
अंडरकवर आते हैं, हाँ
Could
हाँ
never
समझ
consider
गया मैं,
how
वो
their
जो
actions would utterly
3
ruin
रूल्स
all
की
the
बात
children they
करते
took
हैं,
under
जो
their wing.
अगर तुम
Worse,
कुछ
perhaps they
करते
never
हो
cared
तो
about that at all.
होता है।
But I
उनमें से एक ये कैफेटेरिया वाला मिलता है।
So in the end, I killed them and set all of the remaining children free. I was convicted for my crimes, and my methods were extreme, yes, but I was still a teenager at the time. I'd been betrayed by those I trusted most. My doubt and helpless anger pushed me forward until I got what I deserved. It's all right. You don't have to tell me what you think. I've already committed to this path, regardless of... The least I can do is to make sure that the same tragedy will not...
Sorry to disturb you, everyone.
Oh, it's a visa Fasol. Are you...
It was all because you arrived in time.
We came here on impulse today because we were hoping that...
Please, go on right ahead.
It's... I'd like...
You're getting married?
Yeah, we met each other through the society and both fell into... But even during our time there, we never
ऐसे
doubted each
खुश
other.
होके बोल रहा है,
We
we
always
both fell
believed
into
that
Dozier
Duchier was
trap.
manipulating us, trying to make us mistrust each other. And after this incident, we've come to believe that we've found the one for the rest of our lives.
You could say we managed to make the best out of a bad situation. He didn't abandon me, and I didn't forsake him either. But we're still both prisoners, and we also aren't sure if the fortress is the best, so we are just wondering.
You're right in that the fortress has never hosted a wedding, but that's no reason to say no, is it? I'll help you make the arrangements. If you need anything special shipped in from the surface, just say the...
We can't thank you
Hey.
enough. We are actually also planning to stay here after the conclusion of our
फादर
sentences.
बनेगा भाई अपना
Yeah,
राइट
we've already made tons of special memories here.
शादी करवाएगा।
So now, and we have full confidence in the fortress's future with you at the helm.
Your trust is the highest form of...
Hey, loosen up a bit. Shouldn't you be the happiest man in Teyvat to hear that people would like...
Yeah, I'll always take a genuine expression of faith, oh...
खत्म। इजी। इन्फॉर्मेशन भी हो गए। बस अब क्या ही, अरे थ्योरी का है ये नहीं करूँगा मैं ना। थ्योरी की स्टोरी क्वेस्ट मैं तभी करूँगा जब उसका रिटर्न आएगा ना। लोरेंट की खेलेंगे अब हम।
On this fine day, the Ad Astra... Ad Astra...
Thank you for
करते हैं इस डोमेन। अबे GUF यार, के बाद फ्लोरेंट की स्टोरी क्वेस्ट करेंगे। सीजन की स्टोरी क्वेस्ट किया क्या तुम में से किसी ने यार? अच्छी है क्या? मेरे को कोई आइडिया नहीं है क्या है उसकी स्टोरी क्वेस्ट। रूल ये था 3 दिन लगातार काम करोगे तो तीसरे दिन सीजविन हेल्दी खाना बनाती है आपके लिए वो। हाँ बट वो स्लेयर कौन सा स्लेयर है? अब स्लेयर भी जाना पहचाना तो लग रहा है।
Attack! Time to shine!
Seize the skies! Everybody stand back!
Umbrella warfare, I guess.
नहीं,
Feeling lucky? Hey,
Yeah! Skyward! Skyward! Teamwork is dreamwork!
hey there! A proper send-off from this
टाइटल गलत है।
Strike
क्या है टाइटल?
Make way for the Adeptus!
नाविया बिल्ड दिखाओ। एक मिनट।
coming at ya. Hiya! This one's got your name on it. Coming at ya.
ये डोमेन में वो होता है ना, क्रिट डैमेज बढ़ता है थोड़ा सा। स्काईबोर्ड एटलस लेके स्काईबोर्ड डन आ रही है। ये है पहले इसका मैंने रेट पूरा 100 रखा था स्टार्टिंग के दिनों में, तो मैंने कहा कि इतना करने की जरूरत नहीं है ना। वर्डिक्ट है इसका, मेन सेट है 75/25। मैंने माई नावियर पैटर्न दिखाओ भाई, दो UID दो भाई, इसलिए भाई होगी यार। मैंने कौन सा क्लेम करा है मेरी नावियर है? जनता आ रही है भाई, मेरे को नहीं लगता ये जनता ना असली है। ये जनता में 3 बंदे नकली लग रहे हैं तो
Time to shine.
है ना वही भाई। हम कैसे माने? दिखाओ भाई जरा।
Everybody stand back. Hey there.
ये सारा एक छोटू में बच ही जाएगा ना।
Feeling lucky? Hiya! Hey there.
भाई नॉन क्रिट नकली। हाँ भाई नकली समझ रहा है तो ले रहा है नहीं। बाकी तो भी समझ ही रहे होंगे।
Proper send-off from this
Yeah! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward!
तेरी UID आ गई है, बस वो हाइड है क्योंकि YouTube को लग रहा है कि तूने कुछ पर्सनल भेज दिया है। बट मिल गया है ना कोई एक मिनट।
feeling lucky? Hiya!
8193 दोस्त 81 है ना। 81 से तो कोई से दोस्त है मेरा। क्या है इसका UID? 89 है वही। अरे अलग स्लेयर हो यार तुम, मैं तुम्हें कुछ और सोच रहा था। वाह भाई कुछ डाला ही नहीं है। और एडवेंचर मैंने गलत लिखा है क्या? 8193 867 सही लिखा है भाई मैंने। ये AR8 का नाविया देखना है मेरे को। दिख नहीं रहा है मेरे को भाई, अच्छी लग रही है बट नाविया ना दिख तो नहीं रहा है बट अच्छी है, बहुत बेस्ट। ये उसकी आईडी अभी उसकी 819670। वाह वाह भाई, मेरे को मेरी यूआईडी चिपका दिया और मैंने लिख दिया। लास्ट नंबर गलत लिख दिया था क्या? सेम भाई मेरी यूआईडी दिया है तुमने। ध्यान में लिया भाई, ठीक है 670 याद रखना पड़ेगा वरना लोग मेरे को स्कैम कर देंगे भाई। तो एक पीस नहीं लेना फिर तुमको। इधर मिला था ना, क्या हो गया है मेरे को? एंड मिला था। नहीं भाई अभी 2 बारी रेट मांगता। एक बारी क्रेट रेट और मांगता। अभी बस क्रिट डैमेज जान दो, है ना? क्रिट डैमेज जान दो और ये 20 6 वेल ठीक है, अच्छा है। डेफ पे जा भाई, डेफ भाई हेलो। क्यों सोच भी नहीं सकता है इंसान अब है? अच्छा तो सोच ही सकते हैं, हो ना हो की बात है। 10 अच्छे फीस है रे। पिछले पे क्या था? 7-18 है ना? है। एक भी डिफेंस नहीं किया है ना? दिन कम खत्म हो गया है मेरे डिफेंस रोल वाले। अबे अच्छा नहीं लोडें।
Sorry to keep you waiting.
You're back! Huh? And you've got the Traveler!
What a pleasant surprise. I assume you'll be joining us for the
और
game.
मेरे शुरू ही आ रहे।
I'm more of
होता
a
है
casual member,
3
if
साल
anything.
लगे भाई।
I haven't taken. Still, I'm sure it'll be fun being a player for the first.
Well, I'm not a member of the club at all. Claran simply woke me up first.
If you're interested,
वो
I can
AR8
give
वाली
you a
तुम्हारी ही
referral.
आईडी थी?
That should give you a 40% discount on member.
I think I'll wait to see how this experience plays out first, especially when it comes to the quality of the script. If it's sufficiently fun, then I'll join. Do you participate in a lot of tabletop?
You could say that. She's actually one of the few senior game masters of the troupe.
नहीं ना? हाँ
I knew about that even when she was still my subordinate.
मेरे को बहुत सारे मैसेज रिसीव होते हैं ना जो ऑटोमेटिक उसमें जा रहे हैं।
Surely you jest.
पता नहीं शायद
I would never intentionally
YouTube
make
का
things
बॉट
difficult
ही
for my
मॉड कर
players.
रहा है उनको।
I maintain a
बट
clear
देख
boundary
सकता
between
हूँ
my
मैं मैसेज वो।
professional and personal lives. But in my personal life,
Well, you say that, but for all the time I've known you, I don't think I've ever seen you cry. I've seen you get angry, sure, but now I'm
इसलिए
wondering
भी
whether
हूँ
you were
वही
actually
तूने
mad
कैपिटल
or
में
if it
लिखा
just
है ना
looked
तो
that way from the outside.
I was probably in work
बट
mode
कह
during
नहीं
those
सकते
times.
भाई.
Is that so? Well, in any case, I
मुझे
just
क्या
feel
फर्क
like
पड़ता
even
है
in your
कौन सा
personal
स्लेयर है
life,
तो
you don't get
जानने
emotional
वाला नहीं
very
जानने.
often.
So you want to see me cry? That might be a little difficult. A show of anger, though.
No, that's not.
दिखाऊं मैं इस स्लेयर की नाविया. बेस्ट नाविया कह रहा था ना ये. अच्छा, दिखाता हूँ.
I'm back. Here, allow me to introduce you
भाई
to the
बेस्ट
script
नाविया देखेंगे
manager.
अभी हम यार
Pleasure to meet
वर्ल्ड
you
की
all.
देखी हो. अगर इसने रखी होगी
Oh,
प्रोफाइल पे
no.
तो.
This is just the costume provided by.
That sounds like a lot
Ah,
of work.
It's nothing. It's the least we can do to give the. Anyway, allow me to give you a brief. This script was adapted from the real history of the Marushose Hunt.
Paimon's not super familiar with the history.
Oh, no problem at all. I can give you a brief rundown. So, their story can be traced back to the ancient, but I'll leave the finer details.
Mm-hmm. And I'll provide additional.
In that case, brave hunters are.
Whoa, just one sentence.
Aha! I see many a determined gaze before me.
So, as we follow the story, it leads us to specific scenes?
It's the exact location of the scene, as well as the formal. Please check all your belongings, everyone, and make sure you haven't forgotten anything. Once you're ready.
Sounds good. Hunter Squad?
भाई ये रहा अपना तेरा नहीं डाली है. नो पे भाई डरता है. अपनी नंबर 1 नाविया दिखाने से डर रहा है. You know.
Skyward! Scatter!
यार नाविया कैसे चला सकता है यार अगर हमारे यहाँ पे
My
बेस्ट
blade will
नाविया
lead us
प्लेयर
through
है
the
तो.
shadows.
Time to broaden the horizons again.
In the name of the Prinzessin.
यार फिर एक्सप्लोरेशन में प्रॉब्लम
One is
होगी.
fast on one. Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Whoa. They really have thought of everything. Even the phaetometers.
The phaetometer. It's a card that's used to determine action success or failure. We'll need to use it when we try to use certain skills.
And what about all the dessert and tea?
That's what the message said.
Oh, really? That's so nice. It feels just like a tea party with friends.
Those snacks have Paimon's name written all over them.
I think you might be more of a snack hunter than a Marashose.
Snack Hunter Paimon reported for duty. If there are delicious snacks to be found, Paimon will track down every.
The desserts are great. But I'm still looking forward to the.
Very fair. First, please pick up the blank character cards in front of you and write down your name. And you can find an abbreviated version of the rules printed on the back of your character card. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. In this story, everyone is a Marashose hunter. To reflect this, the club has prepared a small badge for everyone.
Ooh, nice.
As hunters, you have proficiency in swordsmanship and fighting by default, so there's no need to allocate any additional skill.
Swordsmanship? So there's a fighting part to all of this?
Why don't you share a character card then? The traveler will be the.
Huh. Kinda like in real.
So, for the name, do I fill it out with the name of my character?
Yep. It can be any name you like.
You can use your real name too if you want. I do that whenever I get too lazy to.
Oh, so it would be like experiencing.
In that case, I think I'll continue to use the name Linny then.
Next up is the skill sheet. You have a limited amount of skill points that you can use to learn a number of skills. The more points you invest in a particular skill, the easier it will be to pass associated checks.
I'll take persuasion and investigation. Those are must-haves when it comes.
Oh, those skills sound like they'd be useful for gathering intelligence. Good idea, Navia. Just as a...
So, should we all...
Not necessarily. Since we're working... leave the negotiate. For example, I think I'll take stealth and
1 मिनट है
sleight
ना
of
मैं
hand. That will give us more options if we run into any situations we can't...
Oh, interesting. I wasn't thinking about it like that. I suppose it's not so different from an acting troupe. Let me see. I'll take art and performance. I'm not quite sure what use they'll be, but I'm not as knowledgeable.
Well, that leaves us. What do you want to learn, Traveler? Oh, something that'll help you get a read on other people's thoughts. Sounds useful. Ooh, so you want to help people when they're... So what do you think? Are you sure you want to learn these 2 skills?
Let's see. Oh, looks like you each have enough points to choose one final skill.
You've all picked such classic skills. It's fine.
Why do I get the feeling she's getting ready to cause trouble?
For example, this one here. Summon. Doesn't it sound super mysterious and cool?
Oh, I saw that one just now as well. The description says, this skill can be used under certain circumstances to summon characters or creatures that fit the script's world-building rules.
The script's world-building rules, huh? But how are we supposed to know what Amara
Oh, that's not for us to worry about, my friend. Just learn the skills that interest you, and the GM will take care of the...
All right, you've convinced Paimon. Let's learn Summon, then. Paimon can't wait to see what kind of thing shows up.
Well, now that everyone's more or less finished creating their characters, we can begin. Since 2 of our players are doing this for the first time, though, let me ask, would you like to play on easy mode, or...
What's the difference between...
Well, in role-playing games, the story sometimes changes based on the decisions of the players and the results of the Fatometer. For example, if you fail a check, that means you cannot use the target skill in that scenario. A critical failure may even result in further negative consequences. If you choose to play in authentic mode, every time you elect to use a skill, you'll need to use the Fatometer to see whether you succeed or fail, and face any consequences that may follow. If you choose easy mode instead, every check will be successful by default.
Given that I'd like to focus on the story, I suppose I should pick easy mode.
Huh? Oh, come on. Don't worry about that. RNG is the lifeblood of role-playing games. I'm going with authentic mode for never knowing what you might have to overcome. Ugh, doesn't that sound exciting?
I'd rather be
All right, Then I'll mark down Farina for easy mode.
What about you, dear partner? How would you?
Are you sure?
Trust me, you'll see the beauty of RNG. Honestly, I don't think Clorand would make things too difficult for us, no matter what the fate.
No promises.
That wasn't super reassuring.
Well, anyway, enough talk. Let's get started. I want to experience at least.
Speaking of the story, why is the beginning scene on a beach?
Well, that's because a long time ago, back when human civilization was still in its infancy, powerful demons and evil sorcerers ruled over the land. They created a host of monsters, and soon a group of human rebels banded together. With their swords raised, they swore to brave the darkness, and sometime later, as a member of the Marachose Hunters, you receive a commission. Following the address provided on the message, as you inhale, you can taste the slightly salty air of the docks as you begin to survey your surroundings. There aren't many people in the vicinity. Your eyes meet, and you realize these people are fellow Marachose Hunters, likely led to this location after receiving the same commission.
You're all Marachose hunters too, right? Allow me to introduce myself. The name's Navia, monster hunter by trade and helpful neighborhood business. What say you to traveling together? We can help each other out on the road.
Okay, count me in. My name is Linny. I've been wandering since I was little and picked up a few less than legal.
Is this where you introduce your character to everyone? My name is Farina, and, I grew up in a noble family. I always had a strong interest in performance and the arts. Even though I'm a Marachose hunter, what I
Hey, you can do it, Farina.
That's exact. Paimon is Paimon, a good friend and companion to this Marachose hunter right here.
I've been studying medicine ever since I
भाई
was a
बोल
child.
जा भाई
I want to do my part to eradicate these monsters and use what I've learned to heal others.
Oh, welcome. When we face
ट्रैवलर
the
बोल रहा है
monsters,
भाई तो
I'll make sure to
प्रीमियम
charge in front to give everyone some cover. You can take care of the healing at the back.
You open your envelopes at the same time. To the honorable and trustworthy Marachose Hunters, our kingdom, the lands outside the capital have been overtaken by monsters, and our people are being...
The layout of this city looks super familiar.
The scriptwriter must have used a real-world city as a reference when coming up...
As experienced hunters, the layout of the city reminds you of place. Yet, as you regard the city in front of you, it appears to be little more than an empty shell. Its hollow gate...
I carefully read every line of the letter and turn my attention to the signatures at the bottom.
You see a long string of unfamiliar names. It would seem that many of the residents of the city...
In that case, why don't we take a walk around the city and...
Oh, good idea. We might be able to get some leads on the monsters and bad guys we're after.
You look up and see a tavern nearby. It appears to be open for the day.
Why don't we go check out that tavern? If the...
As you approach the tavern, you find a plainly dressed woman standing nearby. She appears to be rather troubled about something.
Greetings, friend. Lovely weather we're having today, don't...
Oh, hello. I suppose you're right. The weather today is quite...
It seems like every character included in the script has a certain amount of useful information to offer. If we keep...
Oh, come now, don't be sad. Life is all about...
I don't think that's the kind of question we're...
Nothing turns a frown upside down like good food.
You didn't even take cooking as one of your skill proficiency.
That's not necessary, miss. Excuse me for saying this, but you don't really look like a chef. Besides...
So you're someone who barely smiles and doesn't like sweets. You're really starting to remind me of this one friend. Hey! Did she just... me? Glorian must have broke character for a second. This isn't getting us anywhere. Traveler, maybe you can think of something.
Miss, we'd love to learn more about the monsters you mentioned. If you're willing to open up to us, we might just be able to help.
You weren't even the one that learned persuasion.
My troubles, you say? I'm not sure they're so easily A horde of monsters suddenly appeared near the capital recently.
Do you remember when those monsters appeared?
I'm not completely sure.
Do you know...
It all happened so fast. When we said our goodbyes...
You have our thanks, friend. We'll find and defeat those monsters as soon as possible.
Oh, thank you.
Don't worry. We'll find him. We don't always get to choose what happens to us. But we do get to choose the little things, like what we eat and how we respond to the things life throws our way. I hope that
You bid farewell to the woman, and continue your journey further into the city. As you venture further into the city, the streets appear largely empty. An elderly woman walks past. You see her shake her head as she puts away her wrinkled wallet. A nearby merchant folds his arms and gives you a disdainful look. You get the impression that he's someone who has long gotten used to the sight before him.
Although he doesn't seem very... friendly.
Pardon me, sir. I'd like to ask a question.
That depends. How much are you willing to pay?
How about this much?
What do you take me for? Some lowly beggar? You can't even buy half an onion with...
Surely an onion can't be that...
what do you know? War's nearly upon us. Everything costs several times what it did before.
Oh, what a nasty guy. Maybe we shouldn't... but he still might have information we need. Traveler, can you think of something? Sir, we came to this city to solve the very problem you seem to be referring to. The war you mentioned, would it happen to be against the monsters? If you happen to be well informed and know a thing or two about what's going on, we'd appreciate it if you could share that information with us.
Well, things are basically as you said, young lady. Those monsters are camped outside the city, and they've been destroying all our trade. We have limited reserves within the city, so if this continues, we're all...
Wait, you're saying no one has put a plan in place to distribute supplies or...
We could all starve, and those nobles in the palace wouldn't even break a sweat. Who knows? Maybe they've been in cahoots with the monsters all along.
That is concerning.
All right. That's all the information you need, right? Off with you now. I've still got business to do.
You know, if you smiled a little more, you'd definitely get more business. And I bet... Should we try to go somewhere with more people? Oh, how about the city square? Follow me.
Before you lies the city's central square. You see a man with a slightly anxious look on his face, pacing back and forth, his head hanging low. He doesn't seem to notice your approach.
This guy seems promising enough. Hello, sir. Is there anything I can do to help you?
Wait, you're...
I'm...
Oh, dear goodness! You're a...
You recognize us? Ah.
Yes! Oh, I didn't expect you to actually come. Oh, what great news! The city is saved!
What happened here?
Alas, we once lived comfortable, carefree lives. This city used to be free of monsters. The first Mara show... However, monsters have once again surrounded the city. Perhaps the seal that kept them at bay has lost its power.
Are there not enough sold?
It's not a question of numbers. The guards, most people my age have never even seen one of the monsters, much less been trained to fight against them. What's worse, when I was a child though, my grandfather would tell me stories about how the Marashose hunt. To be perfectly honest, I was starting to think all those stories.
Well, you can rest easy, friend. The righteous and formidable Marashose hunters are...
The man is touched by your determination and resolve.
Still, if we are going to hunt the monsters, we need to know where to find them. Can you give us any leads?
All I know is that the area outside the city is dangerous. I'm afraid I can't point you toward us. Oh, although, if you leave the capital through the main gate and follow the road, you should run into a group of guards.
I see.
All right, be careful. They're actively working with the monsters, and have corrupted the court ministers with malicious magic. Even one of our kindest ministers has turned into a boorish and unreasonable figure, interested in nothing but enacting laws that exploit the people.
Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard...
I feel bad for him.
Hey! Not everything can be solved with food.
I appreciate your kindness, but for now, brave hunters, I leave the future of this...
If I understood correctly, there are currently 2 problems in the kingdom.
Exactly. We need to defeat the monsters outside the city and take down the evil sorcerer.
But which problem should we tackle first?
Well, this seems like a good moment for a break. Take some time and discuss what you want to do. Let me know when you've made your decision.
I really didn't expect the people in the city to keep us at arm's length like that. I totally thought the hunt...
Well, Clarence said the script took cues from the real history of Fontaine, right? Maybe the real-life Marashose hunters were also treated like that.
I wouldn't say it's a perfect representation of history, but there are definitely some similarities.
Sure. As long as it doesn't spoil anything in the script. You brought up bits and pieces of the...
Paimon wants to know too! The hunters were super powerful, right? Were they all from a special line of supernatural...
No. All Marashose hunters were ordinary mortal fighters. The only thing that set them apart...
Huh? So you mean anyone could be...
In theory, yes. All you would need to do is survive the rigorous training. Still, most people dropped out at the early stages. And others called it quits.
What kind of monsters did the hunters fight?
The land of Fontaine once played host to an ancient dynasty known as Remuria. After that dynasty fell, monsters began to appear. One of the ancient sorcerers of Remuria used his power to assemble a formidable army of golems. He sought to use that for...
Now, wait a second. Don't tell me that guy was the inspiration for the evil sorcerer in the script. We still haven't found any
Well, I wasn't planning on going into anything you might be able to find out in the game. But if you want me to talk about something else, then... How about Casiodor, the Golden Hunter? Or Agir...
Wait, but those people are all from a super long time ago.
From my master.
Huh. By master, you mean Miss Petronia?
Someone you...
Absolutely. Miss Petronia and my father were good friends. Back in...
Let's not get off topic. Anyway, back to responding to Egeria's call, a number of warriors followed Casiodor into battle against the monsters. Yet, as Fontaine entered an era of peace, their work gradually became
I see. That explains why most of the people in the script have forgotten the hunt.
Is that really a bad thing, though?
Depends on who you ask, I suppose. If the name of the organization no longer
Speaking of investigations, which problem should we tackle first?
I vote monsters. That's the main duty of the hunters, right?
Well said, Miss Farina. Plus, if the sorcerers really are the master...
What about you, partner? What do you think? It's decided that...
All right. After some discussion... You there! Outsiders, halt!
What? Who's there?
An armored man approaches you. He has a tall, muscular build and a determined expression in his eyes. Although he's trying his best to conceal his current state, his uneven gait and the sweat. I'm the captain of the guard. I saw you sneaking around the city earlier, so I'll state your purpose, or it's off to the dungeons for the lot of you.
Wow, it's been a while since someone's been this.
I said talk, not whisper between.
Have you ever heard
Marachose hunters? Ha! That fairy tale. Using your knowledge of medicine, you're able to deduce that the injury on his calf was a monster's doing, and the wound has already begun to fester.
I'm a doctor by trade. Please, let me redress your wound. You don't have to suffer like this.
The man appears somewhat disgruntled at having been exposed, but soon relents, and he allows you to apply a poultice of specialized medicine to the wound, and it... Oh, right. Guess you lot might actually be real Marachose hunters after all. In any case...
Do you know where we can find the monsters? Or the...
He informs you of the various locations where monsters have appeared. He looks... Some of our new recruits have never even dealt with a petty thief, and now they're out there.
Oh, please, sir. Don't get too worked up. You need to focus on...
Hearing you say that, a glimmer of hope. Those monsters aren't easy to deal with, but I just hope all the guards will be able to come back to their family.
Based on what the captain said, the monster should be right up ahead. Let's go. Hopefully we're not too late.
As you approach the battlefield, you see numerous people lying by the side of the road. They appear to be dressed like guards. Their faces are filled with desperation and terror. Some are screaming and cursing in vain, as if still trying to banish the monstrosities they saw from their minds. A few of the wounded look up at you in shock and disbelief. Quick, leave this place. Turn around and don't look back, they yell.
This is the place he mentioned, right?
You see broken iron swords scattered all around you. All the signs point to one thing. A truly devastating...
Be on your guard, everyone. The monsters might still be around.
Before you can finish your sentence, you hear rustling sounds from the surrounding bushes. The monsters have emerged. They close in on you without fear. You get...
A little help here! This thing will...
Your battle round begins.
Here! Springboard!
Strike a pose! Let the world come alive! Coming at ya! Ha-ha! Ha!
The next battle round begins now.
Here comes the finale.
Hey there!
The monsters let out a terrifying roar of anger and resentment before dissipating into thin air.
Oh, thank goodness it's over.
We're lucky the Marachose Hunter class came with all those preset skill points.
I never knew the phytometer even determines the amount of damage you inflict. If you get unlucky.
That's part of the fun.
Just as you begin to celebrate your victory, a suspicious lump on the ground catches your attention.
A suspicious lump.
Wait!
I walk up to it, crouch down, and begin to carefully examine it. I've still got my right glove on, so it should be fine for me to touch it, right?
As you investigate the mound, you discover that the exposed portion appears to be made of wood. It was previously obscured by the large form of the With the monsters gone, the small protrusion now awaits your discovery, poking out of the ground like a shy flower bud.
Whoa, it's a treasure chest!
With everyone's help, you successfully excavate the wooden chest even without opening it. You can tell from the mora and jewels scattered around the chest that it must contain...
Makes sense! We worked hard for this. Let's open it and we can share what's inside!
I can understand your excitement, Paimon, but think about it. Doesn't it seem like there are people out there who need this treasure?
Yeah. Think about all the people suffering in the capital. Or all those guards who got hurt.
Wait, is that how it works? Paimon thought since we were the ones to dig it up, we could just take it for ourselves.
Well, let's put it this way. Any decision you make during a role-playing game can impact the future course of the story.
But would the people really believe us? It's hard enough for us to prove we're Marcia Say hunters.
That's definitely something we should consider. Maybe we can come up with an explanation in advance.
Well, if donating it could cause that much trouble, why don't we use it to buy some gear and fill up on good food? Then we'll be ready to fight even more bad guys.
Looks like you're facing a difficult choice once again. Well, it's getting late. Why don't we call it a day for now?
Wow, where did the time go?
I'm not sure if it's because I'm having so much fun with you all or because the story is particularly enticing, but I feel like I could almost keep going.
Here, here. Ooh, how about we play through the night?
I'm not sure I'll have enough energy for that.
Yeah, that won't work for me either. Lynette will give me an earful if I get home.
I understand how you feel, Navia, but we have to change venues for the next part of the story.
Huh? Another...
There's a special note for the GM at the end of this section that says to proceed to an indoor set.
Whoa, they really pulled out all the stops for this new script.
Well, even if we end the game for the day, we can still stay a little longer and hear Cloran finish her story, right? Paimon wants to hear more about...
Something tells me you just want to finish the free desserts before we...
That's just a coincidence, okay? Besides, to Paimon, not finishing free food feels even worse than having to buy her own. And anyway, Paimon really does want to hear more about Cloran's mask.
Well...
It's nothing. I appreciate the concern, but it's all in the past. It won't do any harm to share these things. My earliest memories are of living with Master. According to her, she saved me from certain people of ill repute. My birth parents had left me behind some...
What a heavy beginning for a life.
Master was a fascinating individual. If inexperienced in the ways of raising children, my first ever toy was a short sword. Although I suppose it wasn't so much a toy as something Master removed from her waist and handed to a noisy child in need.
Oh wait, so she handed an actual sword to a child?
Of course I did. I cut my palm and bled quite a lot. But Master was not concerned. She just stood there and casually lectured me about, "See, that's what you get for not holding the sword properly," she told me. She then crouched down next to me and said, "Give me your hand. I'll teach you to band..."
Excuse me for asking this, Clorand, but how old were you exactly when all...
Probably around, 3.
3? Isn't that when most kids are still struggling?
As I said, Master was rather inexperienced in the ways of raising children. She believed trial and error was the best way to teach a child what they're capable.
I'm not so sure this is a question of experience.
I didn't see anything wrong with her ways at the time. And anyway, children don't get to choose how they're raised. Oh, she did bring me back a pet from Liyue once. It was a Geovishap hatchling.
A Geovishap hatchling? For a pet? That seems even more dangerous.
What she said was this: make sure to get along, you two. If you really can't agree on something, just settle it with a fight. Whoever loses is the real pet.
And how old were you when this?
5.
Well, did you...
No, I lost.
So, you're saying you actually became...
Yes, but only for a week. By the end of that week, I defeated it in combat, and we've shared a cordial relationship ever since.
That really doesn't sound like the kind of childhood someone should have.
Later on, I gradually understood that Master most likely didn't know any other way to raise a child. She was a marashose hunter, but I never heard her bring up her own pet. Thanks to her, I learned how to navigate the forest by the age of 6, and could hunt monsters in the wild by myself. Even though the training she subjected me to was strict, she always made sure to take me traveling when she had the time. We met
I still remember the first time we met. You were too scared to join our picnic and hid behind Ms. Petronia, though.
I still hadn't really met many children my age at that time, so
After that, though, you started coming over a lot. You loved challenging people to shooting competitions, remember? I don't think many members of the Spina ever beat you in one of those.
I had a lot of fun during those.
I enjoyed them too. Oh, do you remember that one time we tried to pretend like we never heard anything, but you nearly let it slip that one time?
Protector of justice. Oh, wait, you mean...
Yep, that would be her. She often would put on a black cloak and go out at night. I never knew where she went or what she was doing. Until, like Navia said,
20 years ago, huh? I still remember the guards leaving all kinds of witness reports.
Oh, there's no need to apologize. You had nothing to do with it. And anyway, everything she did was... Although, calling herself the Protector of Order was a bit much.
Huh? When did the Protector of Justice become the Protector?
Oh, she had a bunch of code names. I heard she would just come up with a name on the spot whenever she was... Later on, she probably got sick of answering those questions and decided to stick to just 2. The
That sounds like her, all right. I bet she forgot which of the 2 she'd used by the time she got back each.
Well, she certainly sounds like a fascinating individual. With her strong sense of justice, it's no surprise her student followed in her...
It's true. I always wanted to become like her. Someone powerful, independent, and with a strong sense...
But...
She suddenly disappeared the night I turned 10 years old.
Disappeared? What happened?
I have no idea. She didn't even leave a note. That night, I was celebrating my birthday when she still didn't appear after a few days. I went to Mr. Callus's house to ask about her whereabouts.
Papa probably didn't know either. I know he sent a few people to investigate the matter in secret, but...
Don't worry, I understand. To be perfectly honest, given Master's personality and way of doing things, it all made a lot of sense. If I had... Just like how, when a litter of kittens reaches a certain age, the mother willingly leaves them behind.
Were you...
I was at first, but not anymore. I don't believe Master would suddenly disappear for no reason.
Well, despite everything, you still managed to follow in her footsteps and become the greatest champion duelist in all of Fontaine. You're practically a living symbol of law and justice.
I suspect my position would be far too by the books for her. Master always did whatever she pleased. But...
Who knew Clorand had such an interesting past? I never had the... I wonder... If Clorand's master were the champion duelist back then, would that duel against Mr. Callus... Oh no. Judging by the atmosphere, Clorand and Navia are probably thinking something similar. The mood just got super awkward all of a sudden.
Well, anyway... Would you look at the time?
It's getting dark, so we should probably call it a day for real this time. If we keep talking like this, we really will be here all night.
I had a great time today, Miss Clarant. Thank you for being our GM.
Anytime.
The script was good, but I've got to say, your childhood stories were even better. Hey, you should tell us more about that fight against the Geo-Bishop sometime.
You could be right.
What does she mean, on to something? I certainly don't know any 5-year-olds who want to fight a bishop in their Guess I'll head back as well. I need to see.
You're that excited to hear about my fight with the bishop?
I was talking about the script.
Let's go meet up with the group! Paimon's really looking forward to today's story.
I created an...
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Looks like everyone's here. Now, before we begin, why don't we finish where we left off yesterday? There was an important decision to be made.
Is that really the most important part, though, Clarion? Have you all's cold railings, dim lights? This is obviously supposed to be.
I admire the work put into the set. Still, it's obvious the scriptwriter has never paid a visit to the fortress of Meripede.
So this set is going to be a part of the script?
Unfortunately, that is something I can neither confirm.
Anyone think Clarion's smile is starting to look kinda scary?
Well, whatever happens, we'll just have to push on. But first, we should really figure out what to do with this treasure. If we're worried about arousing suspicion because of our identity, why don't we give ourselves a different name, just like Clarant's master did?
Yeah, it might be better to keep a low profile. As long as we're helping people,
Staring at me won't get you anywhere.
Why aren't you saying anything, Navia? Wait, what's that next to you?
Oh, this is the short sword Clorian mentioned last night. I found it.
Huh. I'm surprised you managed to track it down.
Well, I made sure to take good care of it, considering the circumstances in which you gave it to me. Oh, anyway, where were we? Oh, right. I was just thinking about all the potential ways for us to break out of prison. We could dig.
Wait, we haven't been thrown into prison.
Well, it's only a matter of time. It pays to be prepared. Just like how...
Alright, Paimon's made up her mind. Paimon may have wanted to keep it, but if it's going to land us in prison somehow,
So, you reached an agreement?
Oh, and we'll collect all the scattered pieces of treasure on...
All right. You collect the treasure and make your way back to the The city is still shrouded in a gloomy, oppressive atmosphere in places where sunlight struggles to reach. Share your wealth with the children.
Thank you, kind soul.
The elderly woman's look of gratitude follows you as you walk away, her eyes never leaving your back.
She's probably trying to tell us to speed this up. We need to hurry up so we can...
Should we go find that man again at the square? He seemed like a pretty responsible guy. I'm sure he knows the people here far better than us.
Oh, good idea!
Just as you start to make way to the square, intent on finding the man again, there's a voice. Please wait, distinguished guests. Several strange guards suddenly call out to you. They run forward to meet you and proceed to politely pay their respects.
Greetings, gentlemen. Are we being invited for afternoon
Sad भाई
tea?
फिर अब तो टाइम हो गया
Surely,
जाने
just
4
now.
बज गए भाई
That would
जाने
not be
वाला
our
होगा तो
place. It is His
कहाँ जाना था
Excellency the
देखो
King
फिर
who requests.
टाइमिंग चेंज हुई क्या तेरी
Do you?
Well, we have to investigate the court at some point, right?
रील्स
Meeting the king himself would be a.
I say we go for it. If something
After a
टाइम
quick discussion, you nod to the
तो अब तू
guards and
सुबह में
agree to
फ्री
follow.
होता है मतलब कितने बजे आता है
Gilded
घर
tables line both sides of the hall. The space itself.
Wow, it's so luxurious.
The elderly king, clad in a magnificent robe, sits upon the deep. He wears above his head a majestic crown, with a
रात
gemstone
को
the size of a
मैसेज
bird's
आया
egg
था
set
5
right at the
बजे
very front. As they're here, Your Majesty. A man dressed in dark clothes, likely a minister, shields his mouth with his hand. After a moment, he lowers his hands
करना है
and
सुबह का
stands back
जिम
up.
The king does not appear entirely aware of his surroundings. The man by.
The king remains still and says nothing. The esteemed guests, allow me to thank you for coming to our faraway kingdom. Unfortunately, His Majesty the King finds himself quite exhausted from work. I've heard tell that your group, the Marechaussee Hunters, used your exceptional ability with the sword to repel them. However, seeing that I was not fortunate enough to observe such a
रेडी
feat with
होगा
my own
मैं
eyes, you'll forgive me for seeking to
मैं तो
verify the
मूवी
truth
चलने को
by
रेडी हूँ
speaking to you myself.
Well, we've got nothing to hide.
जिम
You brought
का
us
तो
here to talk, right? So we'll just explain what happened.
सोचना पड़ता है भाई
The golem's blades were so powerful, they could cut down trees in a single swipe. It took a lot of effort to defeat them. Well, there was enough.
Your account does indeed match those of the survivors.
Well, we did.
5-6 लौंडे आए थे पता है स्ट्रीम में
How did he know about the treasure?
Ah, then I must ask that you return it at once. It belongs to the kingdom.
हाँ
Wait,
लूट क्या भाई 100
didn't you
रुपए
just
से
say
नीचे
that our
कहाँ
great deed
मिलेगा
deserved
तुझे
a reward? Shouldn't the treasure be
Yes, that was indeed what I said. But you seem to have forgotten only that which is freely given by the king can be considered a reward. Taking the rightful wealth of a kingdom without said permission, on the other hand.
But that's completely unreasonable.
एक मिनट
Yeah, that makes no sense. If it weren't for us, the treasure would still be buried underground somewhere.
बहुत स्ट्रेच नहीं लग रहा है तेरे को तेरा इमोजी देखा ना मैंने तो इमोजी देख के समझा मैं और उसका कलर स्कीम चेंज करना पड़ेगा मुझे क्या क्या लिख दिया था तेरे को अबे 300 तक में भी 100 की क्या बात 100 क्या भाई वो चलना अम्बा सिनेमा
Maybe so,
चल
yet the fact remains. You tried to dispose of the treasure without reporting it to the court and without receiving permission, yes? What, no answer? Surely you're not insinuating that you, a group of...
Well, what about the king?
चलने वाला तो बन भाई अपन तो
Clad in his magnificent robe, the king remains seated, with his hands...
From the look of things, could the
आज
Prime
चेक करी थी
Minister
तूने
be the
प्राइसिंग
evil sorcerer? Or could both...
I would like to observe the number of guards stationed in the hall.
The guards in the palace appear fully armed, their expressions solemn. Sensing the tense atmosphere in the room, they stand at the ready.
Well, there goes my plan to turn the whole place upside down, I guess.
It appears we've been visited by nothing more than a group of ill-intentioned imposters. What a pity. Before I decide your fate, however, I must first determine whether you have any
Can't we try to slip away? Or maybe start some kind of ride?
But if we try to fight the guards right now...
Don't worry. At least we figured out.
Thanks, you guys.
You allow yourself to be led away. It's only when you begin to feel drops of water falling from the dungeon ceiling. Stay here, and don't try. The guards lock the cell door.
Wait, sir!
Your voice echoes through the dark hall. But the...
No!
We'll carve out a new path of fate with our own two hands.
You reach toward your waist, but find nothing there. You now
what about that knife I hid in my boot?
When did you hide it in there?
When I was thinking about digging a tunnel.
Rejected. You failed to inform the GM of this course of action. Moreover, the guards would have conducted a thorough search before throwing...
And the keys to the cell aren't anywhere to be seen?
Correct. You don't even feel a lock hole on the cell door.
Oh, well...
Indeed.
Huh? Why are you the one saying indeed?
Because that statement holds true for me as well. This is where the script
What? But that's a terrible...
Generally speaking, this should be the point where the scriptwriter gives the players some kind of hint. Or gives the...
I mean, maybe they just really wanted us to be immersed in the feeling of being in prison?
That is a
If only there were desserts and tea in real prison.
Oh, before I forget. Navia, I took a closer look, and the craftsmanship doesn't appear to resemble any...
Wait, Cloran said that sword used to belong to her master, right? Does that mean...
I doubt it. The way she went about things often made her seem childish more than anything.
Hang on. A precious heirloom passed down to you by...
Master left many things to me when she disappeared. There was the sword, an old... I gave you the sword back then, because...
Wait, when did this happen exactly?
After the duel.
Before that, Clorand would have meals with us and even stay over at the Spina some days. She was on great terms with after the duel, though. There was a period of time where we simply didn't know how to face each other. She entrusted... We were both sad and conflicted and totally over. Whenever I looked at this sword, I couldn't help but wonder. If Miss Petronia had never entered back then, it felt like I hadn't just lost a father.
No one can change the past. The most important thing is that you two found your way back to each other and can enjoy...
Yep.
I'm sorry, you two. I didn't mean to bring up...
Think nothing of it. No...
Huh?
कौन क्या
Looks like the next part of our...
Perfect
launch हो गई.
timing. The situation was really...
From Claren's face, Paimon really can't tell if it's...
Water continues to drip from the ceiling. In this lightless Eventually, you get used to the unpleasant odor of straw, mold, and rust, and find yourselves alternating between fits of drowsiness.
तुम लोग रात
and
में खेल रहे
suddenly,
थे भाई ये
you
लोग
hear footsteps outside the door.
बताया नहीं मेरे को तुमने.
Heads up, everyone. Someone's coming.
Gather close, everyone, and keep your voice down.
बढ़िया है फोन पे तो स्टम्बल का इससे तो बढ़िया है.
Who are you?
I work as a guard in these dungeons, but my true identity is the same as your own.
Huh?
Shh. I've already sent away the other guards, but if we...
I understand, but how can we be sure we can trust you?
The king has issued a formal decree. In light of the irrefutable proof of your crime...
Executed? We barely...
Monsters appearing at the same location as the treasure. Could this entire thing have been a trap?
There will be time for speculation once we're out of here. As for my identity,
जीत कोई बुला रहा है
prove that to me,
तुम्हें
infiltrating the
मेरे को
capital
भूल
was
गया.
difficult, and finding a chance to speak with you has
हालांकि
taken
मैं
a lot
मना
out of
कर
me.
देता. सो रहा था मैं.
Have you seen
उठाता
our
भी नहीं
weapons
कौन.
anywhere, sir?
Don't worry, I brought them with me. They're just behind the door. Still, these weapons alone won't be enough to defeat his faction is too powerful. The guards are all under his control, and he's even to defeat him, you must find a secret vault. It is said that within that vault,
You're not coming with us?
No, I'll remain in the dungeons to deal with the guards. As long as my identity is not revealed, I'll be able to aid you
In that case, please stay safe.
Thank you for your concern. I will do my utmost. As for the location of the vault, here, this map should lead you there.
Got it.
All right, once I open the door, remember to stick close and refrain from making any. You now have the chance to restore the honor and legacy of the Mara Shosei Hunters. And be sure to exercise caution.
With the help of the guard, you...
Wait, we didn't get to use our skills at all while we were in prison. Who knows when we're gonna get the chance to use that cool summon spell?
क्या माता जी की भाई क्या
That is a pity.
है क्या
We can only continue to move forward.
Yeah, skyward!
This should be the place marked on the map.
This bit of rock certainly looks suspicious.
Well, I'd say an investigation's in order then. Plus, if all else fails...
Wow, you really...
Before you lies a serene stretch of open water.
Well, guess this means it's...
What's the matter?
It's nothing. As you step into the cave, you find yourself in an eerily...
Wow, this must be where...
But this door is blocking our way in.
Huh. What have we got down here?
A pattern on a stone door.
Is something wrong, Clarence?
After a long, difficult journey, you finally arrive at the location indicated by your map. It appears to be an ancient... Your surroundings are exceedingly quiet and serene, as if the secret that slumbers here has never once been...
that description makes Paimon feel kinda bad.
We're doing this for the sake of the people, to free them from the evil sword.
Linny's right. We need to keep... The next part of the story requires us to solve the puzzle, right?
Yes, that should be fun. Something feels off about...
We'll need a strategy.
I found something!
Found something here, too.
Same here.
Allow me.
Something just appeared. Some kind of new mechanism?
By solving the puzzles, you prove yourselves worth at the end of each puzzle
With
a key.
Oh, it must be the key to the big door.
Huh? This is one of the Marachose Hunter keys. It is said that 4 keys in total are required to form the final, complete key. And it seems like we just collected 3 of them. That must mean...
Huh? What's wrong?
You hear a few strange noises. Sudden...
What's going on? Did we...
For the sake of immersion, please close your eyes, everyone.
But Paimon can still see a little bit over here. Oh, right. Sorry.
Suddenly, you hear the sound of footsteps.
There's someone else here?
I've been
Wait. That you recognize the voice as belonging to the guard who led you to this place. It appears he now covets the treasure for himself.
Oh, so this is just part of the script. Well, if we can't see anything, that means...
Judging by the way he's holding his sword, he must be a real Marachose hunter.
Retreat! That's not the hunter way. If it's dark for us, then it's dark for him.
Your choice is noted. Please keep your eyes closed until I tell you.
You got it!
Well then. Where evil lurks, shoot on sight.
I'd like to try to hit him with my sword.
Your strike is successful.
Is he still standing? Goodness, he sure...
Is it over? Can we open our...
The enemy is strong and relentless, but the battle is nearing its end.
What about now?
Final strike. Ha!
Well, did we get him? Glorian?
Warm fire flickers across the walls once more. Your vision is now clear. In an impressive display of courage, that look in his eyes. It's like he...
Huh? Mr. Florian? Oh, wait. We're supposed to be Speak your name, guard. Why is this treasure really more important to you?
What kingdom? What? I, Florian, am a true Marachose hunter.
So he's also using his real name.
Then I'm even more confused. If you truly are a Marachose hunter, shouldn't you want to help us just like...
What do you know? In this day and age, there's no glory to be had as a Marachose hunter.
What's that supposed to mean?
My skills were passed down to me by my father. We lived a life of obscurity in the remote wilderness. Still, he devoted everything he had to being a Marachose hunter. And what did he get in return? A life of poverty and pain. In a world that forgot all about him. When he died, not a single person came to mourn his passing. The Marachose hunters were the ones who saved this city. We're heroes. We deserve...
Is he talking about how no one in the capital seems to remember the hunters and their legacy?
So that's why you want to take the treasure for yourself? You feel like you're...
If you already knew where the treasure was located, why didn't you just come down here and take it?
Because I still need it.
तूने तो कर ली है ना
Only
स्टोरी.
a true Marachose hunter is capable of... as someone who sought to hurt others for his own gain.
Okay, but what is this treasure anyway?
You're sure you want to go in?
We've been talking about it for so long. Of course we want to see what...
And we've already defeated Florian, right? So he won't...
तीजवीन की भी कर ली, तो सारी ही कर ली है ना यार. मेरे पे तो दुनिया भर की बची हुई है. मैं अभी भी सोच रहा हूँ चियोरी की स्टोरी को नहीं पढ़ूंगा. स्क्रीन पे या तो कर लो, कौन करेगा.
Before you, the door to the treasure. See, you hear the shrill wail of the door hinge as it rotates for the first time after years of disuse. almost like a.
It's open! Come on, let's go in! Paimon wants to see what's inside!
Ooh, me too.
अबे
Ugh, uncovering hidden.
A stone
Traveler.
tablet? And some shabby weapon?
You call this a treasure vault?
Maybe the troop ran out of budget at the end?
They provided a super immersive experience at the beginning only to drop the ball at the most.
Wait, I get it now.
This is it? The Marashose Hunter treasure is just a
स्ट्रीम
stone
तेरा
slab
नेट
and
है
some
भाई, वो
broken
मेरा
swords?
नहीं। मैं भी खुद देख रहा हूँ स्ट्रीम दो जगह।
I refuse to believe it.
फोन पे मेरा मोबाइल डेटा से चल रही है स्ट्रीम,
Whoa, are you okay?
उस पे नहीं गई लोडिंग।
The Marashose hunter before you appears to suffer a serious mental breakdown. He needs to leave the room for a moment to collect himself. One of you seems to understand the significance of the treasure already. If the rest of you wish to follow suit. So, how are you doing?
What?
Do you remember how you got here?
I remember.
चला क्या वापस चला? हेलो।
Brought you here because I wanted to.
You mean these?
Huh? How?
I could tell something was off the moment I stepped into this cave, so I kept an eye out.
So the strongest champion duelist in all of Fontaine saved the day once again. Guess I shouldn't be surprised.
I deserve some answers, don't you think? Everything you said earlier sounded like the truth. Luckily, you're.
I don't know. I just always felt like there was something in my heart that didn't belong to me. Something agitated and angry. The feelings about my father and the other Marashose hunters are real. It just wasn't fair. I
कब
was
से कर रहा है
angry,
स्ट्रीम?
bitter that
मैंने
no one
राइजली की
remembered.
स्टोरी को खत्म कर दी
Praised
स्ट्रीम पे।
their accomplishments. I don't know when it started, but at some point, my anger
उसकी
came to
टोपी ढूंढने से
completely
लेके पूरी
consume me. At that point,
फिर ये
I
शुरू
remember the
करिए।
legend my father used to.
But if the treasure was all you cared about, why plant all those explosives? Wouldn't they just destroy the treasure and bury you
दिखाऊं
along
कुछ?
with it?
ये दिखाता।
I can't remember. My head is a mess. It felt like there was this voice telling me to eliminate the hunters, but
From your
देखिए
description,
स्क्रीन
I
चेंज हो
suspect
गया।
you were dealing with a devorator.
Devorator?
Oh, your master, your father, I mean, never talked about it? It was a kind of monster?
No, I've heard of it. I'm just not sure why you suddenly. Wait, it can't be.
The seal?
My family has served as Marashose hunters for many generations. But the title and swordsmanship weren't the only things passed down over our
देखा
line.
क्या ट्रांजिशन
There was
दिख
a
रहा
seal
है?
as well. My father instructed me to always watch over that seal and maintain it regularly. He said it had been passed down over a truly ancient age, and protecting it was our but I neglected that duty after he died.
The devorator would be a formidable adversary for any mortal being, even ones as capable. If you lacked the power to completely destroy it, you could easily fall prey to its influence and corruption. In light of this, some Marashose.
I heard it has the power to amplify the obsessions and desires in people's hearts, to the point where they
स्टोरी पे
overtake you
ध्यान ही नहीं दे
entirely.
रहा ना।
It would seem I'm not just lacking in skill with a blade.
And yet, you were able to retrieve 3 of the 4 keys. If I remember correctly.
One of them belonged to my father. The second I stole from a different hunter. And the third. I know just the only way I could think to obtain that last key was to lure you here using your hobby, and then. Oh, I get it now. That monster, it wanted to bury you here alongside the treasure.
I won't comment on anything else.
Well, I did pour my heart and soul into it. The stories my father used to tell me about the glory of the heroic Marashose hunters.
It's more than just a story.
Huh?
You're proud to be a hunter. You're still holding onto that part of yourself.
I have done so many despicable things.
Then explain the purpose of the evil sorcerer in your... Isn't he the true antagonist? The one who sought nothing but his own gain, and used the people as pawns to attain it? In your heart of hearts, he was the one you truly...
But I've already tainted my sword. I no longer...
Wake up, Florian. Remember how you introduced yourself. Do you really think the hunters acted out of a desire for honor and glory? Or to be loved and acknowledged by the people? What did your father teach you about our order? You do not wield your sword for yourself, but to protect those you serve. There's nothing special about a blade. It's the intentions of the wielder that matter above all else. Do you still not understand? Even after seeing the treasure for yourself? The contents of that room, they represent the true legacy the hunter...
You're right. I am a Marashose hunter. It's time for me to redeem. No, to finally serve the people.
I wouldn't be so quick to push aside the need for redemption.
I know. That's a charge I won't bother to defend myself against.
Good. Then, come with me. And help me see the script through to the end.
Huh? See the script through to the end?
Never finished it, huh?
No, I mean, I wrote the script with the sole purpose of luring you all here. There was no reason to write
Then we'll just have to keep writing it. The evil sorcerer still needs to be...
You mean the Devorator? Are you saying I have to make up...
Is that really so hard? You've already written most of it. Surely you can write an ending where the hunters win and justice prevails.
You aren't afraid your party will fall into danger?
I know what my friends are capable of, and they're all quite skilled.
Then, are you going to tell them the truth?
I don't intend to spoil the fun. Sometimes...
बहुत बड़बड़ है यार ये क्वेश्चन तो.
They're back!
That took a while.
Ahem! My fellow Marashose hunters, please forgive me, for I have sinned.
Tone it down.
Sorry. After crossing swords with you and witnessing your courage in battle, I've rediscovered my true self and regained my pride as a Marashose hunter.
Oh, do I smell a redemption arc?
I confess, I was brainwashed by the evil sorcerer. He asked me to lure you here so he could bury you in this cave.
That little... Wait, you're saying all of that wasn't you, but the evil sorcerer?
That's right. He's adept at manipulating the hearts and minds of the people. I fell under his influence because I did not possess a strong enough sense of will.
Huh. And how are you going to prove that you're a changed man? We're not going to fall for the same trap twice.
To be perfectly honest, the treasure was actually...
The names of all the Marashose hunters from ages past and their weapons?
Wait, you already know?
Of course. Don't underestimate a veteran role player's exploration skills. Oh, wait, I mean Marashose hunter Navia's exploration skills.
We just finished reading through the content of the stone tablet.
That tablet recorded the lives of some fascinating people. For example, this Marashose hunter called Est. She inherited the responsibilities of the Golden Hunter and passed judgment on many people. But in private, she had a very easygoing personality. Her favorite pastime was singing and dancing with her friends, and she was said to have a beautiful voice.
So, she was just like you.
Oh, you really think so?
Well, when you put it that way, I suppose I also have a few things in common with this Walter. Working as an executioner, he supposedly used a countless number of tricks to confound his enemies in battle. Oh, if only I could have seen the feats of magic he pulled off.
Their lives were all so exciting.
भाई
You
इतना
read
ज्यादा
so
तो
many
राइसली
cool
की
books
पूरी
about their
स्टोरी को इसमें नहीं
accomplishments.
लिखा था.
How could they have all been forgotten?
Because they chose to be. To hunt monsters that only appear in the shadows, you must also operate in the dark. To be a
Then this stone tablet must have been left behind by their companions.
That's right. Few Marchose hunters ever revealed their identity to the public. They always protected the city from the shadow. The only time they spoke of their accomplishments would be at night, when they gathered with their fellow hunters in front of the bonfire to share stories of the monsters slain by their hand.
So, this tablet was created not so that the hunters would be remembered by the people, but so that they...
No wonder this place was so well hidden.
You regard the stone tablet in solemn silence. The names of your comrades etched onto its surface serve as the tablet proves that, although a hunter walks a shrouded path, it is not a solitary one. Their legacies shall continue to be passed down from generation to generation, as everlasting as the stone onto which their names are carved.
Father, you once told me that I should seek out the treasure if I ever became lost. Thank you, my friend. You are very kind. I implore you, everyone, please give me a chance to make up for all I've done. Allow me to fight alongside you and defeat the evil sorcerer that threatens the peace and prosperity of—
Well, sounds good to me too.
I have no objections, but Mr. Florian, do you even know how to defeat the evil sorcerer?
When he took over my mind, I gained some insight into his thoughts. Every time I thought of the treasure, he reacted with—
Huh? He's afraid of the treasure? But there's nothing here except some broken...
What if the secret's hidden inside these GM, permission to invest...
At first glance, the weapons appear absolutely ordinary. But as you observe them, you notice a faint energy emanating. These blades have slain countless monsters. Though it's been a long time since they were used in battle, their edges remain.
So basically, take these with us, right?
I'll take this weapon, since it used to belong to Est.
नहीं नहीं भाई ना ना पुरीना को पाइप लाके दो ये क्या बात हुई
Good idea. I'll take Mr. Walter's bow then, from one
अरे
arch-magician to another.
देख रहे हैं गेम होयो से लिनी को स्वॉर्ड पकड़ाने नहीं हुई
As you grip your weapons, you can almost feel the will of past hunters coursing through your being. It's a feeling of courage,
Mr. Florian, do you know where to find the evil sorcerer?
I was able to see his surroundings when our minds were connected. I believe he's currently hiding out at the church in the kingdom. We must be extremely careful. He's spent so long living among monsters that he's now taken the form of one. He will not be—
Then why don't we explore some more and try to find some higher level gear?
No, we have to strike now. He was greatly weakened when I managed to break out of his control. If we let him rest—
I agree with Mr. Florian. We've got to act while we have the advantage. Don't forget, the people of the capital are—
Yeah, now that we've got a plan, there's no point in waiting.
Yes, that's what's called— Yes, that's exact—
Alright, you've persuaded Paimon.
Mr. Florian, please, lead the way.
Of course. Follow me.
He had to set up so many scenes today. No.
Finally, you decide to slay the evil sorcerer and bring. As you walk away, you feel. Finally, you arrive at the church Florian described. As you approach, an ominous aura surrounds you. You get the sense that you're at.
How strange. This uneasy feeling seems so real. How did they...
Now, it is time for the final battle.
Let's go!
Florian, wait.
What's wrong?
I think you should wait outside. You've already been corrupted by the Devorator once. It could easily re-enter your mind and take control of your body. I don't think it's a good idea for you to be this close. If it corrupts you again, it's possible you might take on a new form entirely.
That's exactly why I have to go. Why I should be at the very front. Yes. I intend to lure it.
That's too risky. If things get out of hand, I might have to kill you. Do you understand how dangerous this is?
I understand, but if I do
ये
this, you'll have a
इस
clear and
डेवरेटर की
visible
बात कर
target.
रहे हैं
The Devorator will have a hard time passing up a chance to enter a body it knows how to control. You won't have to worry about any of your You're not like me, Miss Clorand. You're a just and powerful Marechaussee hunter. The monster broke free due to my error. It's only right that I shoulder the consider it a duel to restore my honor. My only request...
Then, as a champion duelist, I hereby accept your request for a duel, and extend to you my most sincere regard. The battle is now upon us. Let the Devorator once again tremble under the blade of the
I see everything.
Huh?
भाई 2 सेकंड तो टिकता
So lifelike.
वाह भाई पत्तों से धक्का लगा ये तो अब
Why is nothing working?
This foe is not invincible. You hold the treasure, the power to defeat it, in your own 2 hands.
The treasure? You mean... the names. It's the Marechaussee Hunters' names.
How are we supposed to...
You forget, Paimon? There's still one skill we saved until the very end.
Hunters fight not for fame, but to aid the people whenever they are summoned.
Walter the Marechaussee Hunter, master of 1,000 tricks, executioner of the Phantom Hunters, I call for aid!
Est, the Marechaussee Hunter, inheritor of Cassiodor's will, judge of the Shadow Hunters. Answer my call!
भाई यहाँ ट्रेलर ने बोला
Petronia, protector of justice and order, the hunter I respect the most. Thank you for saving my friend, the best one I'll ever know. Please, lend us your strength.
ये ऐसा अपनी माँ ही
We have come to answer your summons. And so, the monsters were eradicated, and the sorcerer was defeated. Peace soon returned to the capital. Those in the court, manipulated by the sorcerer, also recognized the errors of their... Some remembered the names of the heroes who saved their kingdom, but others simply continued their lives none the wiser. Such is the story of the Marachose Hunters. They pursue the phantoms in the darkness and exterminate all who pose a threat. They will always protect the city and those within it, even should all memory...
I'm assuming we finally
Yes.
It's a pretty solid story overall. I thought it was just an ordinary adventure at first, but the further we got into it, that final battle especially...
Oh, right, yeah.
Ah, that's a really good point. I never expected the weapons we picked up from that vault would have that kind of effect.
Yeah, mine nearly scared the daylights out of me. Oh, we should probably give these props back, right?
Did you have a good time?
Of course. Let me know if another script like this comes around.
जा रहे हैं क्या?
Sure, no problem.
Then I'll head back for now. I think I need some time to fully digest it. Once Mr. Florian is awake, please pass on my regards to him. He must be extremely
You're right. He's had a lot to deal with.
Well, see you all some other time. Toodaloo!
Okay, so, can I ask now?
I think it should be fine.
What in the world was going on back there?
So you saw through...
That time in the cave when you told us to close our eyes, it'd be weirder if we didn't notice anything.
I was dying of curiosity the entire time. I mean, you did a pretty bang-up job of pretending nothing had gone wrong. Farina actually looked like she thought all of it was planned.
Guess none of us wanted to be the one to break the illusion.
What are you all talking about?
Oh, wait. Don't tell me you never... Ugh, this is all my fault. It's not too late to cover your ears. Here, partner, I'll do it for you.
Bit late for that. Don't...
You're saying everything that happened back there wasn't actually part of the script?
It's probably more accurate to say this was never a real scripted story to begin with.
What?
So loud.
Hey, you! Get up right now and explain yourself!
No shaking, please!
Did Paimon just hear that right? You guys made up that whole last part on the spot?
भाई अगर ये मेरे को दोबारा से करना पड़ा ना सोमनाथ तेरी घटिया से
Yeah, it was like watching a magician improvise a spectacular magic trick.
If Paimon knew something was wrong with that vault, she would have floated straight in the opposite...
Everything was under...
As if you've ever described a situation as being out of control.
Guess I'm just used to it.
You must run into a lot of unexpected situations then. That explains why you're so good at coming up with things on the spot.
अरे भाई दूर स्क्रीन से दूर भाग.
I know there's no excuse for what I did. I'll turn myself into the guards at once, confess my crime.
I would say you've already suffered more than enough.
What?
You may have been blinded by fame and fortune in the beginning, but your actions during the final battle had proven you to be a true Marachose hunter.
अटक रहा है तो मेरी
You'll be far more
स्क्रीन में
used to
ना.
the city above ground than below. Your job as a hunter is more important.
But...
Of course, you'll still need to take the keys and pay a personal visit to the 2 hunters you wronged.
Yes.
As far as I'm concerned, though, your showing in the duel was enough to prove your honor.
Thank you so much.
नहीं आने देना था ना तेरे को नल्ला है तू भाई.
Myself worthy of the second chance you've given me. I swear this on my name and honor as a Marachose hunter.
भाई रिपीट ना करवाए बस मेरे से प्लीज ना. बस नहीं प्लीज रिपीट नहीं. हेलो अच्छा आया रे ऐसे नाम चेंज करने से नहीं होगा रे. ऐसे पता नहीं चलेगा मुझे ऐसा सोच रहा है.
Watch out! Watch out!
तेरा 8-4 है, मैंने अब देखा भाई।
Watch out! Watch out!
भाई मुझे लग रहा है वापस करनी पड़ेगी ना मेरे को तेरी वजह से।
Shower me with praise!
बाहर से करना पड़ेगा यार, पैसा लग गए। अबे नहीं, 10 मिनट की स्टोरी सिनेमैटिक भी रिपीट हो गया अभी।
So lifelike!
भाई हाँ हाँ, अब तो जाएगा ही भाई, देखियो, जा भाई जा।
This foe is not invincible. You hold the treasure. The power to defeat it in your own 2 hands.
The treasure? You mean... The names! It's the Marshose Hunters' names!
How are we supposed to...
You forget, Paimon? There's still one skill we saved until the very end.
Hunters fight not for fame, but to aid the people whenever they are summoned.
Walter the Marashose Hunter, master of 1,000 tricks, executioner of the Phantom Hunters, I call for aid!
Est, the Marshose Hunter, inheritor of Cassiodor's will, judge of the Shadow Hunters. Answer my call! Petronia, protector of justice and order, the hunter I respect the most. Thank you for saving my friend, the best one I'll ever know. Please, lend us your strength!
We have come to answer your summons. And so, the monsters were eradicated, and the sorcerer was defeated. Peace soon returned to the capital. Those in the court, manipulated by the sorcerer, also some remembered the names of the heroes who saved their kingdom. But others simply continued their lives none the wiser. Such is the... They will always... Yes.
It's a pretty solid story over that final... Oh, right. Yeah, mine nearly... Oh,
Did you have a good...
of course.
Sure. Nope.
Then I'll have... Once Miss...
You're right.
Well...
Okay, so...
I think it should be fun.
What in the... I was dying of curiosity.
Guess none of us...
what are you all talking about?
Oh, wait.
It's probably more accurate to say...
What?
So loud.
Hey, you! Get it! Did Paimon just hear that right? It's not nice to lie to people, but... Paimon's gotta admit, that was a...
Yeah, it was like watching a magician improvise a spectacular match.
If Paimon knew something was wrong with that vault, she would...
Everything was under control.
As if you've ever described a situation as being out of control. I'm pretty sure any situation you consider to be easy to handle.
Guess I'm just used to it.
You must run into a lot of unexpected situations.
As for you,
I know.
I would say you've already...
What?
You may have been blinded by fame and fortune in the beginning, but your actions do... You'll be far more used to the city above ground than...
But...
Of course.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, though, you're showing...
Then, thank you so much, everyone. I'll do my best to prove myself worthy of the... Until we meet again.
Speaking of Marashose hunters, what should we do about the...
Leave it be.
Are you sure? We could show it to people, make it so that the hunters are remembered.
No. Every name on that tablet made the same choice. All hunters know what the path entails. I am no exception.
That's certainly very different from the path of a magician. Still, I admire your decision.
Wait! Paimon just remembered something. If there were no special effects involved, why did our weapons begin to glow during the battle?
That's because the Marashose hunters of ages past would often imbue their weapons with special enchantments to suppress the monsters. Whenever a monster was nearby...
Oh, so that's why they had an effect on that guy near the end. I really thought the summons were doing all the work.
Well, I'm sure the summons were a part of it too.
Oh? How so?
This particular Devorator probably hailed from the same era as the hunters we saw in the room. The names you recited all belonged to the bravest hunters. Countless monsters...
So the names held the power...
Navia... Everything you said during...
Huh? Oh, I meant what I said. I mean, it was true to my character, so yeah. I'm glad you heard.
I really appreciated those.
All right, all right. Anyway, let's not talk about that anymore.
She ran off!
I should probably head back as well. This story was truly incredible. Good.
Traveler, should your name and deeds be forgotten, what do you think the significance of...
I suppose the significance would be the journey itself and the world we helped create. There's still value in the time I shared with everyone here, in the things we were able to accomplish, even if no one remembers them.
A great answer. I'll remember it. Me, the Marashose hunter, says nothing in response to that question. Perhaps her answer lies in her silence, an unspoken vow left to echo through the night. The path she walks needs no explanation.
खत्म हो गया भाई फाइनली. हेलो हेलो तमन तो भाई सब्सक्राइब भाई बढ़िया बात है. फुल सपोर्ट. अरे तो बढ़िया बंदे भी होते हैं क्या यार दुनिया में इतना? Can I
I
explain
thought you
the
told him to
steaming?
spray it with water to retain moisture before applying the film. You can't treat a glaze lily like a cactus.
नेटलैंड से पहले
Sanjay does this again.
पक्का नहीं कह
The
सकता बट
loss will have
नेटलैंड
to come out of
से
his food expenses.
पक्का। और नेटलैंड कब आ रहा है?
I'll
28
go
को
talk to him.
मेरे ख्याल से।
At this rate, he won't even be
हाँ
able to
4
afford
दिन
eating
है।
cacti for much longer.
अगर मैंने आज सारे स्टोरी क्वेस्ट नहीं किए तो मैं कल भी करूंगा, परसों भी, जब तक सारे स्टोरी क्वेस्ट नहीं कर रहा था। 3-4 ही बचे हैं मेरे पास।
It's you two.
We didn't have anything to do in this place.
Well,
मैंने नेटलैंड से तो मैंने करना ही है।
currently organizing a flower exhibition
नेटलैंड से तो
featuring
मैंने
flowers and plants
सब
from
कर
all
देना
over.
है।
The exhibition includes flowers from every corner of the world. Even so, an expert is still required to develop tailored transportation.
Oh, and that expert is
थैंक
you,
यू
right?
भाई, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है।
Not this time, no. I'm just here to help out. The expert in
ऐसा
charge
कुछ
is someone else.
बड़ा कुछ नहीं कर रहा मैं।
Mr. Tainari! Sanjay! He confused the poisonous
Never mind. Forget about what I said about the food expenses. Apologies, traveler, Paimon. Looks like I've got something.
Tainari's busy no matter where he is, huh? Yeah, seems like it. Some people just need supervision. Well, looks like Tainari might be busy for a while. Let's take a look around the port in the meantime. Wow, look at these flowers! They smell so...
Huh?
Paimon's... fine. She's just kinda...
भाई ये तो मेरे को
Rainbow roses, glaze lilies, and Cecilia's? No wonder.
It's getting worse. But, I was...
A moment of your time, you two? If it's not too much trouble, perhaps you could try this incense.
Incense? Oh, the scent... Whoa, that was fast! Paimon doesn't have to...
Think nothing of it. From your attire, I imagine you two aren't from Sumeru. Seen as we're both travelers from abroad, it's only right that we help each other out should the occasion arise.
Oh, so you're here for the flower exhibition too? Paimon is Paimon! Thank you so much for your help just now. Oh, and this is...
The traveler, right? I've heard a lot about you from the Steambird. It's nice to finally put a face to...
What happened back there? Why did Paimon start sneezing all of a sudden?
Have you ever heard of hay fever? To put it simply, when inhaled, certain pollens can trigger abnormal physical reactions.
But Paimon has seen these kinds of flowers before and nothing weird...
Well, we're all different.
The factors that can trigger a reaction to certain stimuli vary by person. In isolation, but there's no need to worry. Pollen allergies can be effectively mitigated.
Oh, well, that's good.
Traveler! Paimon! There you are. Is everything... I left in such a hurry, I forgot to warn you about all the pollen... Emily? Ah, what a coincidence. Looks...
It was nothing, really. I'm more curious as to why you thought the Traveler and Paimon were in danger. Allergies are highly unpredictable. If you were concerned the pollen might trigger a reaction, that...
Remember the first time we met? You fainted after inhaling Spirit Borneal.
The Spirit Borneal didn't affect Paimon at all, and now she's the one suffering.
It's not really something you can make sense out of, Paimon. There are all kinds of allergies out there, caused by a variety of different factors. Some people are even allergic to almonds. It's not something...
Exactly. I even encountered a case in Fontaine where someone had an allergic reaction to soba noodles their family brought back from Inazuma.
Whoa. Good thing Paimon isn't allergic to anything delicious.
In a manner of speaking, although you could say the patients I deal with are rather unusual.
In addition to medicine, Emily is also very knowledgeable about botany. She's taught me a lot about the native flora around Fontaine.
And that's where my expertise ends, I'm afraid. When it comes to breadth of knowledge, Tainari certainly comes out on top.
A flower expert? Oh, Paimon's got it! You must be the expert Tainari mentioned, the one in charge of the
Wrong again.
Well, I did come for the exhibition, but only to inquire about the Auguste variety. I'm not involved in any official...
Oh, Paimon was sure she got it right this time.
It's a kind of flower that was once popular in Fontaine.
Auguste, huh? That's not a name you hear often nowadays.
In an ancient language, the word is said to mean sacred or noble. That reminds me. Are you familiar with a historical event in Perfumania? Was an event that occurred in... It all started when several merchants released their own lines of high-end, expensive perfumes, marketing them as no one anticipated the absolute frenzy this would create on the market. Causing the demand was twofold. What some saw as a status symbol, most saw as a money-making opportunity. You could take advantage of the soaring price by hoarding them and reselling at even... The value of these products became so inflated, regular bottles of perfume were even going for hundreds of thousands of mora. This resulted in countless but at the end of the day, perfume is just perfume. The market value greatly exceeded the intrinsic worth of the product, creating an economic... Luckily, the Palais Mermonia recognized the danger and intervened before the craze could truly spread. In the end, only a few wealthy families were affected when the bubble popped.
What does all this have to do with that Auguste you mentioned earlier?
Well, during the craze, the most popular perfume was none other than Auguste. The demand far exceeded the... 10
million? Then what about...
After the mania ended, most perfumes returned to a normal price. Its namesake, the flower used to create it, went extinct. As a result, no new Indeed. The Auguste flower was not a natural variety, you see. It was specially... When the bubble popped, all the flower beds used for its cultivation were destroyed in a fire. The variety has no...
But didn't you say you came to the exhibit?
Yes. I came to investigate a certain rumor that the Auguste flower has reappeared in Sumeru. It's causing quite the stir in the Fontaine.
Traveler, we should help Emily look for it.
I have to agree.
Even if I can locate the flower, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Paimon. Divine, noble, one of a kind. All beautiful sentiments to be sure, but to me, they overshadow the very... When it comes to perfume, I want people to forget the price and the prestige.
Wow!
Of course, there's also a more practical reason. In recent years, low-grade count... Every so often, someone will claim to have recreated the unique scent of Auguste, and the rumor mill will start comparing the counterfeits to my own work.
Okay, that's more like the reason behind...
Ever since that rumor started, 3 new perfumes claiming to be made from the Auguste flower have appeared on the market. If I can dispel the fanaticism surrounding Auguste, even just by proving, then I'll be free from all the stories and added meaning and just focus on making what I like.
That makes sense.
Oh, I would of course be grateful for your help, but...
Well, you said it yourself. We're both travelers from abroad, so it's only...
I suppose you're right. Then you have my thanks.
Based on the information I have so far, it's unclear if the rumor is true. Mr. Edgar also thinks it's too early to say, but you could always go talk to him. He was there all those years ago, after all. Maybe he'll know something.
Huh, I was just about to pay him a visit at the hotel.
Edgar? Who's that?
The person you've been trying to guess this whole time. The flower expert in charge of the exhibition. He's also the most respected and experienced perfumer in the area. Back when he was still working in Fontaine, Auguste was his creation.
I should also mention, he was my teacher, the one who taught me the basics of perfumery when I apprenticed in Sumeru.
So this guy was a famous perfumer in Fontaine, but then he came...
It's a long story. If you're interested, we can talk more about it when we see him. He should be staying near the hotel.
My contraptions are... Skyward!
Oh, look at all the flowers!
Apparently, the exhibitor paid a large sum to rent out the hotel and
Yeah, what if guests come early? They won't have anywhere to stay. Also, renting out this big of a hotel, how are they gonna make...
It's been so long, I almost didn't recognize...
Well, you and your brother haven't changed a...
Oh, yeah, all this catching up is nice and all, but let's get down to...
Hold on.
It's nice to see you again, Master.
Emily? Is that you? I've heard you've become quite the famous perfumer in Fontaine.
Oh, well, it's all thanks to your mentorship.
Ah, hardly. I taught you. I've taught many students here in Sumeru over the years, but I've yet to see... And who are these two?
They're my new friends, the Traveler and Paimon.
Emily's friends. Well then,
And these two gentlemen? Are they friends of yours, Master?
Of course. I'm Oud, and this here is my younger brother, Blaze. Edgar and the two of us are old friends.
Yes.
Merchant brother.
You must be here to look for the Auguste flower.
Well, what respectable perfume merchant hasn't heard of Auguste? Anyone in the business would be interested in the room.
I'm guessing you're here for the same reason, Emily. We were just about to get in. I commissioned a few eremites to do some scouting for me. That being said, there are people in Port Ormos who claim some of them were merchants who lived in Fontaine 20 years ago. According to them, the fragrance a one-of-a-kind, divine.
Maybe someone around here just happens to have...
No, I don't think so. I doubt that's the case. Even if someone had a bottle that was never opened, the fragrance of the perfume would have changed. Auguste is even more prone to that kind of shift. Only a few bottles still exist in Fontaine, and their scent would have come... Although, could there be a flower out there with a similar fragrance?
Impossible! If Auguste were that easy to replicate, it would never have sold for such a high price all those years ago.
Technically speaking, the scent...
Well, let's table that question for now. Edgar, did any of those people
No. By the time they realized they had smelled something, the scent was already gone. If I hadn't asked about it, compared to things we see and hear.
It almost sounds like someone wearing the...
Wait, are you saying...
Just thinking out loud.
We don't have much to go off of right now, but we can't You all traveled so far to be here. Why don't you rest in the hotel for a bit? Oud, Blaze, this...
Ooh, you've got the keys to the rooms? Do we...
My apologies. All the rooms in the hotel are accounted for, I'm afraid. Most are being used for storage ahead. I managed to tidy up one of the rooms for these two at the last minute. But by the time Emily wrote to me, there was no more
Oh, and we just showed up out of the blue. Guess that means there's definitely no space...
I should have been more considerate. Here I am with an entire hotel.
Don't worry, Master. I can sleep on the boat tonight. Or I could even camp in the wild. It would give me the opportunity to collect some plant specimens while I'm here in Sumeru. Ah, even better. Although, would it be possible for me to leave some of my luggage here? It would be rather cumbersome to take it camping.
Well,
Of course, no trouble at all. My brother and I will keep an eye on them for you.
all right then. Ood, why don't you take Emily? I'll prepare some refreshments.
Whoa, the smell of flowers is so strong. Didn't Ed Paimon took a peek through the window earlier and his house was packed with flowers?
No, that's a florist thing. We work closely with the essential oils of various plants, but to maintain a sharp sense of smell.
Oh, guess there's just too much to store for the exhibition then.
Oh, this room seems to be a connected suite. And my brother will be staying on the Blaze. While you're out, why don't you bring... Blaze!
Yes.
All right then. Where can we find your luggage, mademoiselle? Blaze will go fetch it for...
It's still at the port. In addition to some daily necessities, there's also a case of amber wine that I brought back from Fontaine. Could I trouble you to bring that back as well? It would be the perfect way to repay you for...
How generous. I should thank you on my brother's behalf. You stumbled upon his weakness. He's aloof about most things, but alcohol is his...
Is that so? Mr. Ood, Mr. Blaze, thanks for...
Hey! What are you doing?
That's Master's voice.
Edgar!
Master!
Hey, Edgar! Are you all right?
Kyria. August.
Kyria.
Hey, Edgar?
No, don't shake him. He's injured. Just leave him to me. You two can... Oh, thank you.
I checked. Oh, but that's impossible. Oh, the culprit, I mean. It's not like the culprit.
That strange smell around here. Is it coming from this bottle? Oh, really? You think... Do you think whoever did this was hiding in the flowers before the... Well, we looked all over, but the only clue we found was that bottle.
The most important thing we can do now is focus our efforts on treating Master. Can you...
So, how's he doing?
When I administered emergency treatment, I discovered a residue in his nose and mouth. Master was most likely forced to ingest a certain... He's still unconscious, and inducing vomiting could obstruct his airways. We'll have to look into other clues for now. Ah, yes. The scent is the same, but the chemical composition is still unclear. We'll have to do further tests to determine if it's the same liquid. But first, I do believe there are two people who could... Mr. Sylvain, Mr. Lucian...
Wait, you know... Hey! What are you talking to us, mademoiselle? I'm afraid.
Before arriving in Sumeru, I asked a friend from the Special Patrol to look into the creators of Auguste. There were 4 people in total. The perfumer, Edgar, the one thrust into the limelight, and 3 others. A researcher from Sumeru responsible for cultivating the Auguste flower, and 2 merchant brothers responsible for promoting the product. The 2 brothers capitalized on the mythos surrounding Auguste. Their actions lured in numerous speculators and profiteers. In the end, they were sent to the Fortress of Meripede for falsifying their accounts and destabilizing the market. If you do the math, they should be out of prison by now.
And what does that have to do with us? There are countless merchant families in Fontaine.
Every time your brother called you Blaze, it took you several seconds to respond. But when I called you Lucien just now, the name registered immediately.
Miss Emily, out of respect for your position as a famous perfumer in Fontaine, I'm inclined to believe that was simply a poor... You have a bright future ahead of you. You wouldn't want to develop a reputation as someone who throws around false accusations, especially among merchant circles.
You claim to be regular perfume merchants, and yet, when I brought up amber wine, you took it to be alcohol.
What?
Amber wine is a perfume I created several years ago. It wasn't particularly renowned, but I'm certain any respectable perfume merchant in Fontaine would know of it. Unless, until recently, they were living somewhere completely cut off from the perfume world. Somewhere like the Fortress of Meripede, perhaps?
Emily, you little...
Don't misunderstand, Mr. Sylvain. I don't bring this up to criticize you. No matter what happened all those years ago, the court has already passed its judgment. But Master's life is in danger. We need to learn whatever we can about the person who has done this. If Master's attack had something to do with Auguste, I would imagine the 2 of you might also be in danger. So I'd like to trouble you for some information, if I may. Tell me about Kyria.
Fine.
Sylvain!
Lucien, if this will help us find Kyria, then it will be all worth it. Besides, we've already told most of the stuff to the Maison Orderly. You were right, Miss Emily. There were 4 of us at the beginning. Myself, Lucien, Edgar, and the researcher from Sumeru in charge of flower cultivation, Vijava. Sometime down the road, the Marechaussee Phantom came knocking, saddled us with a list of accusations, and started looking into our books. They did their meddling, and my brother Edgar and I were forced...
Sounds like he's still upset about that. Wait, then how did Edgar end up in Sumeru?
Master was convicted as an accomplice, so he only had to serve a few years. He decided to move to Sumeru so that he could put those events behind. Still, Master was depressed for a long time after that. He stopped making new perfumes and focused on introducing students to... That's how I met him. My parents had to relocate to Sumeru for work when I was a child, so I had the chance to study under him for a little while. But we can talk about that some other time. I want to hear more about this researcher, Vijava.
Like us, Vijava was also staring down an investigation from the Marechaussee Phantom. But before the Phantom showed up at her door, she set all the flower beds on fire, along with much of the mora we managed to earn. All the Auguste flowers, everything we worked to create, was reduced.
But destroying all that evidence, wouldn't that make things worth...
It didn't matter at that point, because she died in the fire as well.
What?
Sounds like you did an investigation of your own. Why even ask us if you knew all of this already?
The name wasn't mentioned in any of the files I reviewed either, but you two seem quite
Kyria was Vijava's younger brother. He was just a clueless kid back then, somewhere in his teens, I think. He helped his sister with her work sometimes, but that was pretty much it. He didn't have any idea what... Vijava kept him close most of the time. The 3 of us were probably the only ones who even knew she had a brother.
After our operation was compromised, he disappeared. There were no signs of him until recently, when people started saying the Auguste flower had reappeared in Sumeru.
So, you think Kyria took something with him back then? Something that allowed him to reproduce the Auguste flower?
Vijava doted on the kid like you wouldn't believe. She even told us to give her cut to her brother if anything happened to her. If she left something behind before she died, believe me, Kyria's the one that has it.
And judging by the liquid in that bottle, the Auguste flower wasn't the only thing he reproduced. He managed to replicate the perfume itself.
So the liquid Edgar was forced to ingest really was Auguste. Wait, does that mean Auguste is poison?
Poison? No, of course not. No perfume is meant to be ingested. Even small amounts can be dangerous, let alone ingesting a whole bottle at once. If Auguste could be considered a poison, we wouldn't have even sold half a bottle back then. Edgar fell unconscious because Kyria forced him to drink perfume. It just happened to be... He probably thought we had something to do with his sister's death. But to tell you the truth, we're not looking for Kyria because we have it out for him. We just wanted to see how he was doing. And, if possible, work together to bring back Auguste. We only went to prison for a bit of fraud and market manipulation. It hadn't... As long as we keep things honest this time around, bringing the product back to market would almost be like honoring...
So that's why you never mentioned Kyria during your...
Yes, exactly. We were just looking out for the kid.
Anyway, that's all we know. If you're looking for information on what's in Auguste, or what to do if you ingest it, there are only two people to ask.
Well, at least we're able to say for certain that the substance Edgar ingested was in fact Auguste. That gives us a direction for further testing. Well then, I'd say that was a very enlightening discussion.
Well, glad to hear it. Lucian, let's head back to the room and rest a bit.
Yes, of course.
Huh, you think so too? That does seem to be the case. Pity we don't have more evidence. But based on Sylvain's tone of voice just now, I suspect further...
The way you exposed him like that? Just based on a hunch? Oh, right! Earlier you said you were only sort of a doctor. And that...
Oh yes, that's because most of the patients I encounter...
So you're
Close. I'm actually a forensic cleaner. Once the forensic team and the Marachese Phantom are done collecting evidence from the scene, I'm in charge of clearing away the final traces my patients leave on the world. In fact, with just a small alteration to the formula, the same tincture used as the base of perfume can... Basically, there are two sides to forensics. Those who collect evidence to expose the truth, and those who clean up the smells, bloodstain. I've learned a lot in my line of work, and I've witnessed a lot of death. But this time, we may still save the patient. Actually, Traveler, could I trouble you to report back to... I'll stay here and continue to look after Master. Now that we have a sample of Auguste, I'm hoping further analysis won't be too...
Skyward!
Whoa, why the rush? Did something happen?
What? Edgar was attacked? He's the most famous perfumer in the region.
Someone who's helped countless people around Port Ormos.
Sheriff, have you received any reports of a suspicious individual fleeing through the bazaar?
No, but we've got eyes all over the area. I'm sure someone's seen Kiria. I'll start gathering my forces. We won't let him get away.
What about you, Tainari? Do you have a plan?
I'm sure the sheriff can handle things over at the scene, and I doubt Emily needs my help looking after Mr. Edgar.
But she said she's not a real doctor.
Then she was far too modest. She may not be a doctor by trade, but she has a deeper understanding of human anatomy and pharmacology than most scholars from the Amorta Dark. Not to mention the fact that Mr. Edgar's condition is related to perfume. Emily is certainly in the best position to... As for me, I'll head to the academia and see what I can learn about Vijava and Kiria.
Oh, that's right! Vijava was supposed to be a scholar from Sumeru.
From Emily's letter, certainly, but that was the first time I'd heard of it. The academia produces a lot of scholars, and there are plenty of graduates who choose to pursue it. I didn't have time to look into it earlier, but now it seems like Vijava's past could be critical to getting to the bottom of. I have friends in Sumeru City that can help me investigate. With any luck, we'll have news to share by tomorrow. I'll leave you and Emily to watch over things.
Well, it's been a day. Wonder if Tainari's discovered anything. But things weren't looking good with Emily.
I created another universe.
Emily!
No longer in critical condition, thankfully. He's still very weak, but with a bit more rest, he should regain consciousness soon. My chemical analysis of a goose also went smoothly, although it certainly raised some questions. I was able to identify the components that give the substance its fragrance, but I also noticed an abnormal trace of elemental energy in the sample.
Elemental energy?
Hard to say. It was such a minute amount, proportionally speaking. I had to use one of the newest tests developed in recent years to even detect. Unless you were abnormally sensitive to elemental energy, I doubt it would have any effect, even if you use the product every day for 10 years. As for whether Master's condition was caused by the elemental energy present in the sample or some other component of the perfume, it's still too early to say.
Oh, that reminds Paimon. Did Tainari come and find you? Maybe we could ask him to take a look.
I received a message from him last night, but I haven't heard anything since. The message said...
Oh, Paimon thought he might have stopped by to see you first. Excuse me? Is Miss Emily here? Oh, perfect! Familiar faces! Traveler, Paimon, you're here
Kale. Ah, of course. Tainari's apprentice. He's mentioned you many times. And please, no need for formalities. Emily is just fine.
Oh, okay. Nice to meet you too, Miss, Emily. Did Tainari send you here, Kale? Yep. Master and the others went through decades worth of records last night, and still haven't had a chance to rest. I'm fast on my feet, so it only made sense for me to come anyway. Based on what they've reviewed so far, they believe there's no indication that a researcher by the name of Vijava ever passed through the academia. Master considered that possibility as well, but the name wasn't the only dead end. Master tried to track down people with a similar research direction or background, but also... How is that possible?
It's starting to seem very likely. If we want to figure out her true identity, I'm afraid another conversation with those two merchants...
Hey! Lucian!
It's Sylvain! Wait, you don't think Curio came back?
That seems impossible. If someone came in or out of the hotel just now, we would have seen them. It's locked?
There's no one here.
Lucian! Lucian!
That's Sylvain's voice! Hurry, let's check next!
Lucian! Lucian! Come on! Emily, Emily, my brother, he's gonna be okay, right?
I'm sorry, Mr. Sylvain, but...
No, that's not possible.
Traveler, Kale, Mr. Sylvain has gone through a huge shock. He needs some space to calm down. Could one of you take him next door? It's not good for him to look at his brother's body.
Of course. Leave it to me.
Thank you both. Mr. Sylvain, let's get you up. Here. We'll take things from here. Just focus on getting some rest. Here, this...
Poor guy. He's like a shell of his former self. He may have made some bad decisions in life, but right now, Paimon can't help but feel sorry for him.
Good person or bad, the death of a loved one is equally painful. All the moments he shared with his brother, every hardship and triumph they
If Curio really was behind this, then what exactly did he do to Lucian?
Lucian can no longer speak, but the traces left behind by his death most... Traveler, I've got things covered here at the scene. I'll leave you to contact the sheriff.
Who would have thought? Yesterday's case is still up in the air, and now this happens. Miss Emily, I heard you're an experienced forensic doctor. Have you been able to discover anything?
Oh, I'm not actually a forensic doctor. I just happen to have some relevant knowledge. I did take a look, though. Judging by the temperature and rigidity of the body, it appears the time of death was sometime last night. I'd have to do a more thorough investigation to...
Then, would you mind helping us investigate? Before he left, Tainari said we could trust your judgment if something like this were to happen.
Of course, I appreciate your trust. Many of the traces left behind at the scene will fade with time, so the sooner...
We'll help too. We don't know much about dead bodies, but you can leave the other clues to us.
To tell you the truth,
And the windows are shut tight too. Well, looks like we've investigated.
so, did you find anything?
Paimon can show you. Here, it'd be something like this.
But entering through the room next door without alerting Sylvain, Wait, you don't think Sylvain could have been the one who...
No, his reaction to the loss of his brother seemed genuine, and he doesn't have a motive.
Then what could have happened last night? I know Sylvain is still in shock, but he's our only available witness.
I agree. Also, I've made some new discoveries, so we might as well head next door and go through everything together.
Mr. Sylvain, I need you to tell me everything you and your brother did since yesterday afternoon. Did you see or hear anything strange?
After Kyria attacked Edgar, my brother and I were incredibly careful. We returned to our rooms and decided to lock all the doors. The only door we kept unlocked was the one connecting our rooms. That way, if we heard any commotion coming from the other room, we could help each other. But I didn't hear any sort of commotion last night. Not a single noise. I woke up this morning, opened the door, and Lucian was...
So, no movement from the room next door. No forced entry via Sylvain's room. No signs of a struggle at the scene. And no external injury on Lucian's body. What kind of cause of death are we dealing with here?
I did notice a few things about the body. Lucian's pupils were dilated, and his skin was flushed. Very similar to Master's symptoms after the attack yesterday. There weren't any traces of liquid in his mouth or nose, so it's unlikely he was forced to ingest anything. The more plausible explanation is that he inhaled a substance without knowing it. And I'd say that substance was likely a ghost.
A goose? No, that's not possible. Inhaling a goose won't kill you. And anyway, it would have been for just one night. No, that's not what I meant. Emily, you ran your tests, didn't you? Go on. Tell everyone whether you found any poison.
No, I didn't find any common toxin.
See? A ghost is harmless. The market response proves.
That may be true for most people, but not for everyone.
Master!
Edgar? You're up and about already?
Thanks to Emily, I'm out of the woods for now. Sylvain, no matter how hard you may try to hide it.
Edgar!
Even if we could keep it a secret for another 10 or 20 years, do you think Kyria would just let us be? No. He would never give up. Not if he's That's Vijava's real name. Yelena wasn't a scholar from Sumeru. She was an exiled Fatus from Snezhnaya.
A Fatus?
The Fatui. Well, that means the elemental energy present in Auguste was...
Ah, so you've already detected it. Well, Sylvain, looks like there's truly no reason to hide things now.
Oh.
The Auguste flower was created with the mutative and
a delusion?
The Fatui, delusions... I never would have thought Auguste was
born of a delusion. Auguste contained distorted elemental energy. A prolonged exposure over many years could have a harmful effect on the body.
That's enough, Edgar. I'll take it from here. At first, Yelena wanted to keep refining the perfume and the flower. But no one knew how long the perfume mania was going to last. It didn't have any effect on ordinary people anyway. Every day we postponed going to market. was another day of lost.
So you decided poisoning people was worth the risk?
Listen, it's not like it was good for business. But all that talk about a goose being harmful over time, Yelena was just speculating. The impact was practically negligible, unless you were particularly sensitive to elemental energy or had an entire bottle shoved down your throat like Edgar. You could use the product for decades and be completely fine.
It may be true there are no records of a goose poisoning, but even if no one was acutely poisoned, willfully bringing a product to market despite explicit knowledge of its harmful effects is still a serious crime. That explains why you were so intent on keeping Yelena and Kiria's involvement a secret all this time, despite readily confessing to all your financial the Fatui, delusions.
Ha! If I'd known coming to Sumeru would put a target on my back, I would have been more than happy to stay there. All these years without any sign of Kiria, and he pops up out of nowhere the minute my brother and I get out of prison? It couldn't be any... A goose was harmless before. The fact that it's killing people all of a sudden must be his due.
So there's bad blood between you.
What about Yelena's death? Was that a cover-up too? A way to...
I'll admit, we thought about it at one point. We took care to disguise the product circulating on the market, and no one was questioning Yelena's... But if the Mara Chaussee Phantom decided to look into the flower beds, it would have been the end. Yelena's ties to the Fatui, the role of the delusion, everything would have been exposed. Before we could even put our plan in motion, Yelena beat us to it. She burned all her flower beds, and...
But if her goal was to destroy evidence, there would have been no reason to do that to herself. Yeah, she could have just burned the flower beds and fled with her...
I thought about it. Everything she did. It was for... One of the reasons they defected from the Fatui was the deterioration of Yelena's body, due to her excessive use of a delusion. She didn't want her brother to follow in her footsteps after her death. After arriving in Fontaine, Yelena continued using the delusion to cultivate the Auguste flower, weakening her body even further. There were times when she couldn't even...
So, she couldn't...
If her true identity was exposed...
So, she couldn't flee with her brother because she was afraid of holding him back.
The Auguste flower and Yelena's own corroded body both bore the mark of a delusion. There would have been no way to avoid suspicion. So, in the end, she burnt it all to ash, including herself. With all the evidence erased, Kiria was free to take the moral.
So the wealth you earned from Auguste, it wasn't destroyed in the fire. Yelena gave it...
Most likely. Before Yelena died, she said if anything happened to her, she was going to leave everything to her brother. We just didn't realize she meant our cut. That's why Lucien and I were searching for Kiria, to take back Armora and the Auguste flower. We just didn't realize Kiria was baiting us the whole time.
But why is Kiria out for revenge anyway? Doesn't he...
I don't think he knew his sister was nearing death. Yelena always wore heavy makeup around him to conceal her deteriorating appearance. She kept herself busy with work to keep out of sight. That way...
Then all we'll need to do is tell Kiria I'm not so sure. Even if he knew the truth, he'd still find someone to blame. He might think Yelena was forced into using a delusion to cultivate a Auguste, or something like that.
म्यूट है तो
हाँ म्यूट है। हेलो
हाँ
It's
क्या
hard to
भाई
pull yourself
अभी
out of that kind of
स्ट्रीम
hatred,
पे आना पड़ता है कहते को मैसेज
especially
करने
when
को।
you've been living
अरे
in that
अरे
headspace for so many years.
मैसेज नहीं आते डिस्कॉर्ड जब स्ट्रीम कर रहा था ना
Very true. Even if Yelena's death was her own choice.
Edgar, what are you talking about?
पता है कोई बंदा आया था ना स्ट्रीम पे
देखा
Think
क्या
about it, Sylvain.
हाँ
If we hadn't
तू
been
तो
in
नहीं
such
देख
a
रहा ना
hurry
अभी
to
वरना ये
capitalize
तू ही है वो
on
अभी
perfume mania all
पता
those
है
years ago, if we hadn't been so
थोड़ी बाद में
blinded
बताऊंगा
by
कैसे
greed, so
मतलब
insistent on increasing
खत्म
the
ये
scale of
खत्म नहीं
flower
होने
cultivation, if we hadn't invited the Marechaussee Phantom to our doorstep
मस्त चीज
by
हुई ना
breaking the law at every turn, Yelena could have survived.
चोरी
She
कर ली
knew
तूने
her
एमिली की
limits. She knew her days were numbered. Maybe it was for her brother, but she was in it for the Mora just as much as us. We were just trying
हेलो
to earn a bit of Mora. And what, we deserve to die for that? Target me for being the mastermind, sure. But what about Lucian? He was just following my orders. Lucian's crime, was it really so extreme that he had to...
The only person that can answer that question is a judge.
Fine. I've said my piece anyway. Drag me back to Fontaine.
3 people from Fontaine, 1 from Snezhnaya, and a crime committed in Port Ormos. What a headache. Well, we can only wait until the Academia sends someone to deal with it. I'm guessing we'll have to contact Fontaine as well. In any case, we won't... With the exhibition, we don't even have space in Port Ormos to detain anyone.
The hotel could suffice. You could station a few officers to keep an eye on Sylvain. Although with Sylvain's mental state and my physical one, I don't think you need to worry about...
Mr. Edgar, are you saying...
If Sylvain is to stand trial, then I deserve the same fate. I'd just like to take care of a few things before I go. As for Sylvain, I'm sure he also has some... Would you be willing to grant that request?
Well, all right. I'll talk to the Academia. No matter who you were in Fontaine or what the man we grew to know in Sumeru proved himself to be a good person.
You have my thanks, Sheriff.
Happened tonight? Oh, you mean the possibility that Kyrian...
Yeah, all we know is that he uses a goose to poison people. But we still have no idea how to catch him, and if he targets Sylvain or Edgar again, we might not be able to stop him.
That may be true. But what if we can take advantage? If we take advantage of this situation and...
Master, no. That's
So, if Kyria learns we're being taken away tomorrow, his last chance to enact his In other words, you want to use us as bait.
Capture? Not necessarily. I just want to talk.
Afraid? I'm spending the rest of my life in prison anyway. I can't just sit back and let him ride off into the sunset with our fortune. There's no way I'm letting him get away with it. Not. As for the danger, everyone else just needs to make preparation.
I'll admit, it could work. We just need to spread the word that Edgar and Sylvain are leaving. Then I'll station some of my men around the hotel. If we have your assistance as well, our chance of success would be even higher.
I still have some reservations. But if you insist on carrying out this plan...
I'll also keep watch.
Although I think Sylvain and myself, if Kyria noticed another person in the room, he might decide to turn back. And besides, it's possible he's already transformed Auguste into a potent toxic gas.
You mean if he doesn't see a way to get his hands on the two of you, he might get so desperate that he'll just start using Auguste on everyone?
If that were to happen, everyone's standing guard. Even the innocent citizens in Port Ormos would all be...
That's why everyone else needs to keep to the shadows.
You're still recovering.
You need to rest.
This old pack of bones doesn't bound.
All right, we can figure out a plan to keep watch later. Right now, I say we split up, start spreading that information before it's too late.
Have you heard? Mr. Edgar's been detained. He's being taken away tomorrow.
What? He's the one who helped craft all the fragrances for our shop.
He taught my child how to make perfume. How could
He hasn't been convicted yet. Let's just wait and see what the court has to say.
Oh, everyone on the street is talking about the rumors. No matter where Kiri is hiding, he must have heard them by now. Let's head back to the hotel and take a break. We can see how the other preparations are going well.
Yeah! Scatter!
Emily, Sheriff Xian wants to talk to you.
Thank you, Kale. But first, here, I prepared a kind of herbal tea that helps calm the spirit. Why don't you have some?
Oh, that's very kind of you.
Oh, it's not good to be so tense, especially when we've got a long night ahead of us. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I couldn't help but notice that
Was it that obvious?
You seem very preoccupied with Kiria's revenge. If there's anything you want to talk about, I'm happy to listen.
Oh, Hey, Emily, Kale. Oh, are we interrupting something? No, not at all. This will be easier to talk through with you here anyway. I've just been thinking. If Kiria has the capacity to commit murder while remaining complete, there was just a single door separating them. If his intention was to target both brothers, then there was barely anything standing in his way. When I accompanied Sylvain to his room after Lucien died, and saw how distraught he was, maybe Kiria did that on purpose. Maybe he wanted Sylvain to experience the pain of losing a loved one before he completed his ultimate revenge. So did he attack Edgar as a warning then? To scare Sylvain and Lucien?
Based on what we've heard about Kiria, that may very well be the case.
Losing his sister all those years ago. Whenever I get to thinking like that, I just can't help but... I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't think like that. Not after everything he's done.
There's nothing wrong with the way you're feeling. Empathy is a part of human nature. In all my years of cleaning up crime scenes, I've witnessed countless families mourn their loved ones. Their cries of devastation and anger. Some of them even try to stop me, begging me not to erase the last remnants of their loved ones. But getting swept up in those emotions will corrupt your judgment. Surround yourself with fragrance for too long, and your sense of smell will become dull. So while you hold on to that sense of empathy, you also need to ask yourself, do Sylvain and Lucien really deserve to die? How much did they truly know about the Fatui and the delusion? Answering those questions requires a lot of time and evidence, while a single act of vengeance can put those answers forever out of our reach. I've witnessed a lot of deaths in Fontaine. When someone dies, a certain amount of information can be inferred from the traces left behind at the scene. But generally speaking, death will just leave most questions unanswered. And
once you're consumed by hatred, it will become next to impossible to think about things that way. For someone like Kiria, I'm sure right and wrong lost all—
You're right. The fact that we can approach these questions from this perspective isn't because we're more rational than them. It's because we're fortunate enough not to have suffered that kind of loss. But that also makes us perfectly positioned to stand on the outside and try to pull them back from the brink before it's too late. I understand Kiria's decision, but I still want to stop him. Master, Sylvain, and Kyria.
Huh. The fort.
Emily, Traveler. Huh? Edgar, you're here too?
Oh, it's you two. Didn't you head back to your room to rest, Edgar? Is it really okay for you to be out and about?
A little exercise. Besides, I don't have much time left in Sumeru.
We could do that for you, Master.
No need. I've grown attached to these. I would imagine Sheriff Sham is here for a more important.
The Night Watch. You mentioned earlier that we still need to.
That's right. I've stationed some of my men around the surrounding area. Exactly. After some discussion, we concluded that Sylvain has the highest risk of being attacked next. And Emily's expertise is sure to come in handy in a pinch. That's why I want you two stationed next to Sylvain's room.
Sounds perfectly reasonable.
बाकी बाद में करते हैं।